for sure. Hey, Juliet, we're just getting rolling here, trying to figure out technology. Being old folks, we're technology disadvantaged, or at least I am, anyways. Okay, let's see if I can.
Well, it's been problems with Twitter, so we'll blame it on that.
Fair enough.
Been hearing reports that it's down, so we'll just leave it at that one.
All right, let's see if this works here. See if we got an opening song. Sounds like it.
Guess we back again. Thanks for tapping in. Celebrate my wins, celebrate my losses. Always learn from them, always gotta give. Only way to get, now we making progress. Guess we back again. Thanks for tapping in. Celebrate my wins, celebrate my losses. Always learn from them, always gotta give. Only way to get, now we making progress. I just been smoking and thinking like maybe it's possible they've been deceiving, or maybe I'm wrong, but just give me a reason. Now we can't all be on some other shit. I blame the government, maybe there's bugs in my weed and I'm smoking too much of it. I think that food should be free, there's enough of it. I hope you get what you need in abundance. Fuck all that suffering. We can do better if we can just love again. Hoping that my growth will show a bit. I know I'm broken, but I keep on going with all of the pain and all of the doubt and all of this shit. I don't leave the house, it's just me and me with nobody else. So thank you for joining. Thank you for... Guess we back again, thanks for tapping in. Celebrate my wins, celebrate my losses. Always learn from them, always gotta give. Only way to get, now we making progress. Guess we back again, thanks for tapping in. Celebrate my wins, celebrate my losses. Always learn from them, always gotta give. Only way to get, now we making progress.
And then there was nothing.
I was wondering if that was the end of the song.
Man,
I was like,
I'm killing myself here. It's cracking me up. I don't even know what the hell is going on. Like this last 3 minutes, I don't know. Is it still a full moon today?
I don't know. I'm not an astrologer.
I'm not even sure. And you know what? And I'm sitting here touching my computer screen like it's a freaking touch, and it's not. Okay. All right, regroup. I'm gonna try one more time. We're gonna regroup here.
All right.
I'll see you guys in a minute and 43 seconds. Okay.
Okay.
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, the night train is about to leave the station. We finally got our stuff together. Everybody jump on board. You heard the conductor. Don't worry about your tickets. as the ride is always on us every Tuesday night at 9. We are here to entertain you for the next, well, who knows how long, up to 5 hours, if y'all stick around for that. Tonight, our guest is Juliet Haas, who will be up with us a little bit later on. I am one of your co-hosts, Bits, running under the WX8BK PFP there, and I have my other co-host, One Wheel Willie, jamming with me. How you doing, Willie?
Howdy, howdy. Doing great.
That went better this time, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, was that a Findle? Was that a new Findle track?
Yeah, so I pinned it up at the top. That's actually it's I think it's about 2 weeks old now. I think February 22nd was when they released that, and it's a collab between Hash Brown and Fendel. They did it, so it's a pretty dope piece. He's just got some funky pieces, man. Fendel's got a groove. Hash Brown adds something to it as well too. So, and I put the link up there at the top if anybody's interested in checking it out. It's only $3.33, or sorry, 3 Tez and 33 Tez.
3.33 Tez,
I'm gonna
I
say
believe is how you wanted to say that.
3 Tez and 33 Tez. I'm gonna say it that way. I'm gonna blame it on being
So
Canadian.
it's either 3 Tez or 33 Tez. I'll take the 3 Tez.
No, I think everybody should pay 33 Tez for it after I get one for 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the song before that, for those of you that were in here when we were having a little bit of when I was having the technical difficulty, that was Celebration, and that was by Jay Byrne. And the visual graphic that goes with that, if you ever do check it out, highly recommend you do. It was actually done by Denver Donkey. It was a collab between them because Jay Byrne always does the music, and he always collabs with an artist to do the artwork, except for when he takes it on himself sometimes and occasionally. So yeah, some funky tunes from our friends here in the Web3 Tezos world. Jay Byrne actually, he just released the punk tracks. He did like, what's it called? Cuddle, Cutl. It's a 5-track punk EP that he released today. I heard one of the tracks like a week or so ago. He sent me a snippet of one, or he shared a snippet of one, and I said, "Yeah, man, go for it." It's kind of cool. I'll pin it up to the top if anybody's interested in looking. And he did five tracks, guitars, not his normal rap forte that he does, and I think they're great. I think they're hilarious. They're awesome. And if you collect all 5, I do believe you get something.
But yeah, I thought I saw there were 6 minted.
Yeah,
I'm not up to date with what's actually going on with that. I thought I saw there were 6 minted. It looked like they were listed at 10 Tez apiece.
Yeah, I think there's 5, and then the 6th piece is the one that you get if you collect all 5. I'm trying not to do too much reading here as I cruise along.
Yeah.
But it is pinned up at the top. His pinned post is up at the top there on the banner. In the banner, did we decide we were going to call that something last week? Because Jumbotron, maybe not. Pinning it. It's up there on the bulletin board, up at the top.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. The bulletin board up
It's
at the top.
It's on the bathroom wall up there at the top. You know where you find all the information on the bathroom wall.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Got some folks that roll.
Where else do you read in the bar?
That's okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Sometimes my vision's a little too blurry if I'm in the bar. Who goes to?
I would say above the urinal, but I want to be gender neutral. Make sure that we incorporate whatever.
Right. Could be just
on the bathroom wall.
The bathroom wall, the mirror, the writings on the bathroom wall.
Yeah.
Got some folks in here. We had some folks in that disappeared. Poke was in here. We got Texadelic in here. Rich Sanders in here. Thanks for popping in with us. The Chick Threes, the A&R department is down there. We got E9 Art. Thank you for popping in. I saw Fendel in here. He was in here for a second there. But
yeah, he popped back out. He'll probably come back later.
I think we're gonna have to
have some stuff going on. So.
Yeah, he does. He always pops in a little later on for sure,
Yeah.
and hangs out with us. Rich Sanders down there. I think we're gonna have Rich Sanders on sometime. Rich Sanders, I think, has a good little story. I bought a.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Some cool little GM art that he's got going on too, as well.
I'll have to take a little deeper look. I'm
Yeah,
not familiar with his stuff there.
so check it out. It's these things that we pick up in this world, the Web3 world. Yeah. What was I going to say? Jayburn there. Yeah. So sorry, we were just talking about Jayburn. I thought I stopped something mid thought or speaking, but I didn't. Got that pinned up at the top. I have not really bought anything new this week. Not much going on this week. This past
Oh
week.
man, I've
Oh.
did some catching up.
Oh, dude.
Oh, I've got 2 pages full that like where do I start from between last week and this week? I got a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna send out to not a bunch of stuff, but a couple pieces that I'm gonna send out to the backstage passengers. That's our friends in the Texadelic project.
Dope.
So that's a fun little. We kind of like to find fun, cheap, low edition pieces, and then send them to everybody. We try to buy up everything that's left, and then send them to everybody in there. So got a couple pieces of those to send out. Trying to find out what that was.
That's really cool.
A little bit here.
But Texadelic, the whole thing is just fun. Being a backstage passenger, Tex just keeps coming out. I don't know how I asked him the other day when he sleeps and if he sleeps, and he says he does sleep. He says he does sleep and he does nap, but when he's got spare time on his hands, he's just creating. Check it out, do art. It's been a fun project.
I don't think he sleeps.
I know. I think
he just turns Twitter off for a little bit. He calls that sleep.
I think the best thing I ever did was turn off my notifications. I think if I hadn't turned off my notifications months ago, I probably would have been burnt out and crushed a long time ago.
Yeah, it gets a little much.
Oh, I remember when I would get when the night shift would wake up, like the Australians get into it late at night, for late at night for us, but in the evening for them, and I'd hear like notifications, and of course I'd wake up, it'd wake the dog up, and I'd get up and I'd be like sitting on the phone checking things out. It's probably not healthy.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, for sure. So you picked up some pieces to donate, and what was your coolest thing you picked up in the last week that you thought?
They're all so cool. You know what though? I really like the Anton, the ANTN stuff.
Oh yeah.
I picked up a couple pieces of his. He's going to be the next Wag Me Wine label artist.
Dude, totally.
They're out there for sale.
I'm actually going to pin that.
Just a really creepy AI, like real AI, not like.
Well, he doesn't do AI, right?
Like,
he does 3D. He does 3D.
No, it's like I'm probably butchering the explanation of it, but like when you think of like the Terminator AI, not like AI to produce other works AI not AI as we think of it now, AI as we thought of it 20 years ago, where it's androids that think for themselves. It's kind of that kind of style. It's very creepy and very like this thing's gonna come after me in the middle of the night, but I know it's not human. But I love it. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those pieces. He's a Canadian homie, so I was really proud of that. He actually lives right here in my city, so I'm pretty pumped about that all around. I was pretty excited when I found that. Yeah, he lives right here in my city. Actually, they had their space the other night when they introduced their artist for this drop. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know anything about Wag Me Wine, I did pin their pin up at the top about this drop. Definitely check them out. It's a gamified NFTs that also involves wine shipped to your door if you're interested. So you might want to check that out if you're a wine connoisseur, even if you're not, because there are people that don't.
If you're just an art connoisseur.
Yeah, absolutely. They get guest artists every round. Like you said, ANTN is the guest artist for this round. Chris Truman has been a guest artist. Make It Rad has been a guest artist. Proteon has been a guest artist as well. So threesomes. I've totally. How did I forget threesomes? He was one of the.
Did you forget threesomes?
One of the early ones, right? It's only drop number 7.
Second drop.
Yeah. So if you're interested in really cool art and wine, then it's twofold. If you're just interested in wine, it's still a good project. If you're just interested in art, it's a good project. If you're interested in gamified NFTs, it's a fabulous project. So definitely highly recommend you check it out. Geez, I feel like I should have been getting a paycheck after I just blurted all that out.
I feel like we should be too. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't know.
But I did pin that up at the top, so you can check that out, and you can look into ANTN's art, which is very cool. Yeah, so you got a couple of his pieces. That's really awesome.
Got a couple of his. Picked up some Wonder Mundos. She did some more of the like the NES Nintendo cartridge style one. She dropped a couple more in that collection. I really dig that collection. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, I saw that you picked up that. What was the one last week? The Tyrannosaurus Rex train.
The lizard train.
The lizard train.
Yeah, lizard train. So
Dope.
I'm gonna send one of those to you. Like I picked up a bunch of stuff that I was gonna send out, and then I just haven't sent it out yet. I've been picking up some stuff by Frank Achon, Achon. He's got a pretty cool style. So picked up a couple of those pieces last week. Finally picked up a Lorna Mills, pretty neat piece. Found this artist Alex Party. He's like a real world artist that's got some older mints. Like his latest mint is like 2021.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, he hasn't minted in a while, but I'm like, you know, freaking dope. I just gotta have some of these in case he, like, I just like him. See if he comes back from anywhere and starts minting again. We'll see. So
that's really funny because actually the very first piece that I ever bought on Tezos, it was a I can't even remember now. I can't pop into my head here. It'll be a lot better when we get this live and I can click around and have this all set up. But well, we are live, but anyways, thinking in my head, thinking out loud. Yeah, so I collected this one artist. It was the very first piece that I ever bought on Tezos, and it was a cat. It was called Purr, and it was a black cat, and a hand would come down and pet it. It was an animation, pet it, and then the tail just continually kind of did an S thing down to the bottom of the piece, and I just bought it because it was neat. It was animated. It was cool. So, and
you bought that off Creator Ranch, didn't you?
I did. I
remember that piece.
Yeah, and so whatever, it kind of got lost. I mean, it's on page number 1 of my huge Tezos wallet now, my Kukai, and it's really funny now because people have started like 9 Tez offers and stuff have started coming in. So I went back and checked it out, and like all the other pieces that he has had sold for considerable amounts, but literally hasn't put anything out in a year. Just gone, disappeared, sort of thing, right? Which is very cool. Yeah, it's interesting how that happens, eh? And you kind of wonder if you buy those, you know, if you buy some pieces, if you'll shake them back into doing it, right? Well, who knows?
If it's somebody who's an established real world artist, you know, something that didn't just start in NFTs but has an established following in IRL, then it's like, all right, well, there's a good chance that there's always going to be a following there, right? You know, if it's somebody that just started in NFTs, you have no idea where they went. It could be an anon, you know, you have no idea what's going to go on with that. But if it's somebody who's docs and you know, well established, then I don't see them going anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
True enough. I mean, who knows? It might be one of those things where, you know, a few years down the road, all of a sudden you'll have this frickin' NFT that's worth huge bucks and people want it.
Yeah. And that's how I feel about like the Ralph Steadman stuff too. Like if Ralph Steadman just dropped off and stopped minting things right now, and like, all right, well, I still have this cool collection of Ralph Steadman drawings, basically. Which I did pick up one of his this week too.
Did you? Wow. So you went from the last couple of weeks you've been like, no, I didn't buy anything, kind of falling off no, I didn't buy anything. And now you're just like, yeah.
Well, I had some catching up to do, man.
Good job, Willie.
Got paid a little bit. I had a little catching up to do.
Nice.
Gotta be out there, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
We finished the Texadelic Search for the Pearl Girl.
Mm-hmm.
That was a fun little chase. And then this I don't know if you've been following this. So Tezos Miami, he's got some things going on, and he's got a fruit salad piece, but it's more of like an unlock token kind of thing. Unlock certain parts of the Discord, and one of them's a giveaway, and he does some giveaways and stuff in there. Um, and so that spurred this whole um, giveaway chain of between because there's some crossover in there and the backstage passengers,
Sure.
and and then it got to the point where is Paul? I thought, it was, yeah. So Paul, who is a ghost down there? Wait, was it him or was it innovative? No, I think it's innovative. Sorry. So it gets to the point where one of them goes, it's got a tweet that says that I had already won a piece, a giveaway, and then like and retweet to enter. So it's like, what if we do it backwards? And it got like 12 entrants to a piece that was already won.
Oh, there you go.
I was like, yeah, now we're thinking. Right, now we're thinking outside the box. This is funny.
That's kind of Back to the Future kind of stuff we're going.
Yeah, well, that's been going on for like 4 or 5 days. That's been so fun.
You know what? It's funny. I do now. Yes, right. I have been kind of paying attention to that, but of course, because you know how I am, even with the backstage passenger stuff, I'm always a day late, dollar short. But yeah, it all kind of confused me when I started reading it. I'm like, I really need to catch up on this to see what.
Well, what might need to happen is you might need to win the next one so that we can keep you in the loop because then you're tagged in the tweet and you have no choice but for it to come up in your feed.
Right. Maybe
so we'll just maybe you'll win the next one and then we'll see. We'll go from there. That was just so funny. That's been a really fun one. So, but yeah, so I got a couple pieces from those guys, and we'll spread the love around. They won't all stay in my wallet.
That's really dope. That's getting people involved. That's the thing, right? Making people think, making people look around, making people interact with each other. It's just, it's fun. It's super fun. Well, the Pearl.
That's what we're all here for. Is just to collect with friends. I mean us. I don't know about everybody, but yes. Us. We're all just kind of a group of friends like to collect with each other. So.
Yeah, and it's dope. I wish I could pay more attention to it. I mean, man, I'm really happy that I'm back, working a great job again and everything, but I miss the days of when I used to just drive a truck all day. And I was like number one in Discords and always the person to answer, and I was on top of everything.
Yeah.
But I also gained 10 pounds when I was driving a truck. So anyways. All right. Well, we got Paul's a Ghost popped in here. Sister Sage down there joining us tonight as well. Thank you for popping in. Fendel finally got in here. He was in, he was out, he was in, he was out. Boom. Now he's in. We are good. All right. Well,
yeah.
I think we're good on housekeeping. Next week we're kind of open next week. We're just kind of tossing around the idea of throwing out some lines. I'm very interested in having some women in the Web3 world, in the art world, to come on and kind of have something that we don't normally do, which is bring like a bunch of people on to all have a chat about, some of the struggles or some of the good experiences, bad experiences that the women have been having in this Web3 world or as an artist in general. And it's just kind of an idea I had since it is International Women's Month. Well, is it actually International Women's Month or is it just International Women's Day tomorrow?
I have no idea.
See,
I'm a bad woman.
And that's ignorant. I was just going to say
I'm a terrible feminist.
Yeah. But yeah, so and it's been on the plate for a long time because Willie and I have had many wonderful female artists on, and you hear it. Honestly, we hear it more from men than we hear it from women, but we do hear the stories from women as well, and it's been kind of on the plate for a long time that I would have liked to have gotten to this, and sooner would have been better than later, but if we can crack it next week. So if anybody knows any female artists that would like to come up and tell the story from that kind of angle, get them to DM us here at WX8BK. We're setting it up. Wonder Mundo, who has been on with us already, she's committed to it if we run with it next week. So I'm hoping to, because, I'm a little naive, right? I'm a little ignorant to it because, I was brought up that everybody's equal. You don't make fun of, well, now when I say don't make fun of people, we like to poke and have good times with each other. But like, it's like, I was brought up proper, and any job a man can do, a woman can probably do, and probably do it better and cleaner, honestly. But, and that's the way I was brought up. So hearing some of these artists sometimes telling these stories, it blows me away that this still exists the way that it does with some people. So hopefully next week.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with you. I don't fully understand why it still exists.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I think
Right?
that's why we kind of want to have the discussion and just see
why some people are stupid.
see what's going on.
Yeah.
So,
there's lots of success stories.
Not that we're going to actually solve anything.
No.
Tomorrow, but hey, you never know.
Nope.
Nope. If you don't talk about things like that, then you can't move forward.
Absolutely. So that's what we're working for next week on the 14th. And then we also will have MVD on this month as well. Lots of things coming down the pipeline here at the WX8BK Night Train. The one thing we're realizing is people on the other side of the world are hard to get onto the night train, and we're trying to figure out that logistic. Maybe I'll have to put that out. Maybe we'll have to put out a Twitter poll and see if people would like to have, a daytime night train. Maybe we'll have the breakfast train or something, or we'll pre-record it to play it on a Tuesday night. Who knows?
We're gonna need somebody who's a writer to actually rename it for us,
right?
Like Tex or Paul, who's a ghost down there. Cause
have to call it I don't know. Like we could call it the breakfast burrito train or something.
Breakfast burrito.
Anyways.
The brunch cart.
The brunch train. I don't know, something. Anyways, tonight we're on the night train. We rolled out of the station, and we're in the lounge car. Everybody's enjoying their favorite beverage, whether it's water, whether it's pop, whether it's wine. I'm enjoying a wine, a Cab Sav from Chile. So I think it's about time we moved on. I think we blabbed a hell of a lot tonight. We've said some good stuff tonight. Well, Willie was collecting and shit. Like, damn.
Yeah, well, I mean, and if we're still we can get into some more details about what I've collected over a little later.
Yeah, we'll get to pinning some shit up there and stuff and shit. Can I?
We don't want to.
Are we past the 5? Yeah, we're past the 5 minutes. Jesus Christ, we're at the half-hour mark. I was just wondering if I was allowed to say shit yet, but yeah, there we go. We're good. We're good. I'm in there. I haven't dropped an F-bomb today, so must be having a good day. So yeah, Willie, unless you have any other housekeeping you want to bring up or chat about, we could talk about the weather later.
No, I think I'm good. Let's go ahead and bring our guest up.
I'm pumped. Did you look back into to see when we first heard from Juliet Haas? I actually looked.
I did not. Did you?
I looked up when I bought her first piece, which was the day after the show that we did where she had came up just as a guest and said something, and then I forgot to look up what space it was. Maybe she'll enlighten us.
Do you know the date?
No, I could look it up, but we'll figure it out.
I'll say if well, you said you looked it up, so.
Well, yeah, I didn't write it down. I'm not that. I mean, come on, we've only been running this space for a year. It's not like I'm organized. Anyways, all right. I think we get down to the nitty gritty, and this is why people come here. This is why people keep coming back here. It's time to move on to our guest tonight. I brought her up as a speaker now, I think. Yeah, I finally did, because I ignored that for a little while. Juliet, we'd like to welcome you tonight. Thanks for coming in and hanging out with us.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. Fantastic.
Yay. You can hear me all right. I'm on my iPhone.
You sound fabulous, actually. Really? That's just an iPhone? Are you using like the earpods?
I have my earbuds in and Bluetooth to my phone, and it's just the phone. So yeah.
Dude, well, I didn't know that. I didn't know those things sounded that good.
There you go.
Oh, loud and clear.
So
you sound great.
I looked up for you the date that my first Bitscraft Tez was purchased. It was the old vintage camera lamp. I think there were a couple pieces after that space, but it says here November 13th, so it's been a while.
November 13th. Who was on November 13th?
13th. So November
I think
November
Laser
5th.
Blue and Tezos Community, the guy from there was on.
Yeah, November 15th was when we had Pop Lazarus on for the second time, and yeah, Tezos Art Collective.
Ah, so it was one of our casual kind of different. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there
That
were
was
only a
awesome.
few people there, and I just was bored, and my husband and the dog were already sleeping, and I'm like, "What's this room? That art looks pretty cool." And I'm like, "Oh my God, there's 5 dudes in here. Oh no!" And then you guys invited me up to talk, so I was like, "Okay, it's fine."
I, s- I seem to remember you really told you came up and talked, and I think you told us something really uplifting story. Like you, I can't remember. I that was my fault. I was supposed to actually go back into that space and pull up and
Some
see what you talked. I remember.
something about your dog, something about Bits's dog.
Well, that always
There
comes
was
in.
there
That
was definitely some dog chatter going on.
I don't
Definitely, that's
remember.
all I remember.
oh well, I remember then. And right after that we were sold. We were like, "Kate, we got it. We definitely gotta have you on." And here we are, finally, from November to now. That's a long time in the Web3 world.
It is
It is.
March, yeah, November, December, January, February. That's like 5 months. That's like years ago.
That's yeah. That's like 3 years at least in Web3. 100%.
So last year.
it is. It was last year. Could have been last millennium. Um, cool. Thank you very much for coming to join us tonight. Really appreciate you giving us your time, as we always do with all of our guests. So if you don't mind, just give us a little introduction, a little background, if you don't mind.
Sure. Where to begin? Let's see. Photography started for me in '93 at a community college. I was an architecture major, and one of the required classes for drawing topography maps was a photography class so we could learn how to use a camera. And I discovered the dark room and changed my major, and that was it.
Huh.
So then I started working in camera stores, and then from that, I moved on to processing film and printing in the wet dark room. And when things went digital, I moved back to retail, working in camera stores. And then 2005, I picked up my first DSLR. And the rest is history. I'm here. I've assisted, I've shot weddings, I've shot headshots. I didn't do well commercially. That's what I thought I was supposed to do, because if you weren't making money, you weren't a real photographer. And then I discovered much later that fine art community in LA was where I belonged. I'd always been shooting that kind of stuff. I'm much better out by myself in the car on the road looking for stuff to photograph. And that's what I do now. So fine art, I've been in lots of galleries. I've been very fortunate to meet some great people and travel to some great places with my cameras. And I discovered NFTs a couple years ago. And I'm super excited because I've been trying to get out of the traditional gallery system because, it costs a lot of money and shipping and framing and printing. And I don't live in LA anymore, so it's hard to get to events and be with people. So this community and the NFT and all the remote stuff works really well for me. It's been great.
Yeah, it's kind of like a work at home thing that everybody dreams of, right? When you travel around taking photos and stuff, and being able to post it up and sell it from anywhere in the world.
That is the dream for sure. After I think I've had actually my first full-time job in my whole entire life, and I've been with this company now for 5 years, and it's different because my husband and I are both kind of nomadic people, and now we own a home, and it's kind of like, oh my God, we want to go somewhere. um, yeah.
well, well, that's the artist lifestyle. That's what Willie wants. He wants the artist lifestyle, that just jump in an RV and cruise around.
Yeah, I envy it. I got kids though. I got kids in baseball games, so it's gonna be a while before I get to do that.
so so that's very cool. So you were working in camera stores back in the day when you witnessed the transition between film to digital, and like kind of firsthand, right? That's kind of interesting.
Yes. I worked at the Venice Sammy's camera. It was there for a few years. And I had always, I heard you talking about the issues that women have in the camera industry. And for me, the issue was always like I interned at Smashbox in Culver City for a while, and I could never get in the grip room or be the assistant. They always wanted me at the front desk or pulling tear sheets for the makeup department or sitting in and answering phones for Dean Factor. And I was always so pissed off that I couldn't get in the grip room and work with the equipment. So that's been the biggest problem for me. And the camera stores, they wanted me to work selling film, and I couldn't get in the rental department. And I was just always so chapped about that.
Just not giving you the technical jobs that you wanted. That's
Correct.
man, that's just
Super hard to get. I mean, they would let me rent stuff, but they would not let me work in the rental department. I'm like, you guys suck.
And I imagine it's obviously not qualification based. I mean, with as much uh, time in the industry and knowledge that I'm assuming you had, right?
No, I don't think it was that. But, it's neither here nor there. That was a long time ago. I eventually got what I wanted by going out on my own.
damn straight. Boom. Um, yeah, the seeing the change from film to digital, like that's just I mean, you think about a lot of these things, like how record stores all of a sudden just basically disappeared because the CD, and then digital, CD disappeared because digital, right? And it's just something I never really thought of. Pardon me, I burped in the microphone. If anybody heard that, that was bad of me. Yeah, like that's interesting.
I didn't hear it.
Perfect. I'm glad I
I was trying to ignore it, so that you not draw attention to it. But here we are.
here we are. Awkward. I'm blushing now. Oh
Yeah.
my. Um, yeah, no, like I mean, for me, I love dabbling in photography when I was younger, especially when I was in high school and I had access to make my own black and white prints, right, and develop my own stuff. That was really cool. And then I remember, like, when digital came out, it just seemed like it was overnight, and I just remembered that was it. It was by the wayside. I did not turn back, look back, and I was like, boom, digital. This is awesome. It's all pictures on my screen on my computer, and I can print them out on the printer, and this is great. Hindsight, I do wish that I had all that stuff in my garage now. I would love to go back to film and black and white and developing my own stuff. That was it's something that's missing now, I think. Do you find that's something that's missing now, or do you really embrace the digital?
I do find that craft part of it is missing. I miss just sitting down and like losing myself and working with my hands. The working in the computer is very different, and I'm obsessed with it. But I really loved when I could just sit down and fumble through the paper and mess around with the little gobo tools in the dark room, and getting my hands in the fixer to rub paper. And I never could work with gloves, and I always had stained fingernails. And the one thing though that I don't miss is I recall being sick all the time working in the chemicals, and I don't miss that. But I definitely miss working with film. And I actually, on my vacation in October with my husband, shot a bunch of film. And I haven't processed most of it yet, but I'm getting there, a little bit at a time.
That'll be exciting because I mean that was always the excitement, right? You never knew. Well, I guess back then we didn't really think about it as much, but even now, now it would be really exciting, like to take pictures on film and go, man, can't wait to see how these look. And
Yeah, the problem is like, oh my God, what if I've ruined all this
right,
film? Can I even remember how to work a manual camera?
right, yeah, yeah,
How do I expose film? Oh my God, I'm all freaked out now.
yeah.
You
No,
and you don't have that instant check that you can do. Just look at, oh wait, let's shoot that one again. Like you got to know that you've got it, or
Uncle Bob, your eyes were closed.
Yeah, right. I've gone to doing my exposure on my digital SLR and then setting the exposure on the film camera, and my fingers are crossed that it translates.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So you're almost using the SLR as like a cheat sheet,
Kind of a light meter,
a light
and
meter.
oh,
Yeah.
I don't like that framing. I'll get everything just right, and then I'll switch the film camera onto the tripod or whatever.
That's an interesting way to do it. A little.
Yeah.
And then I have a backup because if I f up the film, I've got the shot.
Oh, brilliant. That's actually cool. Little labor intensive, but yeah, that makes total sense. Absolutely. Huh. I've never thought about something like that. How about
Yeah, a little digital.
Kind of like the backup of the backup of the backup, just in case I got really stupid while I was out there on vacation.
what the hell is this blurry mess? It's all blurry messes. Damn it. I've I've found over the past couple of years, I've found 5 rolls of film in old boxes from my dad's house and stuff like that. And I found 5 rolls of film. And I'm curious as to what's on them, but I'm also like, do I really want these? Because I mean, the whole point of growing up back in the day and age when there wasn't camera phones is that I got away with a lot of shit. Like, do I really want to develop these roles that would have been right from my high school days? I don't know.
My dad left me a bag. Well, he passed away, so I got all his stuff. And 20 years later, I still have a bag of unused 20-year-old expired film, and I'm starting to photograph with it. So who knows? It'll probably all be junk, but and stuff that he never processed. So
Yeah. So
I have this bag just waiting.
have you shot any of those rolls and developed them to see if if you think that film is even still going to be good for the rest of them? I feel like I would at least
I
develop
shot,
one roll
yeah,
and just as a check roll.
I did shoot some of it on in October, but I haven't sent it away yet. So I'm I'm afraid.
It's
Yeah, I
totally.
mean, but you don't. I mean, you wouldn't want to shoot another 30 something rolls or whatever, like you said,
Oh
without
no.
without having checked the first one. Like you don't want to shoot them all and then be like, oh, they're all toast.
Uh,
Damn it.
Yeah, it's a crapshoot. You never know with expired film what you're gonna
yeah, I
get.
was just going to say, like, even taking photos with 1 roll of film, if even if it came out good, it doesn't necessarily mean that the second one will be that good, really, right?
Yeah, but if it's
That is
completely
true.
toast, if the
Oh,
first one's completely toast and you can, like storing bad wine, right? Or like storing wine improperly, you can assume that the rest of them are most likely going to be toast because it wasn't stored correctly, it got too hot, got too cold, whatever it may be, is
it's
my
true.
assumption, my
That's
guess.
true, but I think I would even open another bottle and, well, let's try another one. Let's shoot another roll of this film,
Oh, well,
right?
see, that's the difference with wine. Though. See, with wine, you have to open it because you got to pour it out anyways. You can't throw full bottles into the trash, so you got to pour them out anyways. So you
Sorry,
got to at least open them, see if they're
excuse
good.
excuse me. You mean recycle them?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, we don't
Jeez,
throw things in the trash.
this is a green space. WX8BK. This night,
Or you mean you got to pour out the wine so that you can put it back on the mantle
I'd probably
or
just.
wherever you want to display the art on
I've
it.
I've drank so many bad bottles of wine, but that's for another day, another time. Anyways, cool. Um,
After the first couple glasses, you don't even notice
right?
anymore.
That's why you switch to the crappy wine habits. This is the way. That's the way I do it. When I go to my cabin and I spend time at my cabin, I bring one good case of beer, and the rest is garbage beer because when it's whatever 80 degrees out in the sun and you're just pounding beers back on the beach, it doesn't matter after a while. It's very true. Very good
Yeah,
point.
you got to drink the good stuff early.
Yeah, absolutely. Where it matters. I was going to tell another wine story, but we're not talking wine right now. So
No, sorry, I got so
prior,
sidetracked.
so you were going to be an architect major, and then you said part of it was that you had to get into you had to what was the reasoning for having to be in the photography class?
I worked with one instructor in my second and third semester. I took construction technology and drafting and ergonomics for furniture design. And he actually brought me into a mentorship program with him and a few other students. And we had to create a project for him. So I decided I was going to, out in Ojai, build a recreational spa with massage rooms and a pool and blah de blah. And I had to go out and, photograph the landscape and for my topography maps that I was going to draw. And I loved it, but there was all the CAD classes were just starting to come out, and I didn't want to get stuck working in the computer. And what do you know, here, so many years later, I am my face in the computer 12 hours out of my day. And I'm like, damn it, I should have listened to my dad and learned the computer because I'd be, an editor making $120 an hour right now.
uh, hindsight, but also
Yay.
as we've learned in this space and holding these spaces every Tuesday, sometimes, not that I'm a super huge spiritual person, but sometimes the universe has got other plans, right? They just
That's true. And I would not be who I am today if I had taken that path. So
100%.
I'm happy.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've popped into quite a few spaces in the last few months where you've been in hosting or listening or speaking or whatever. And yeah, you definitely are, and that's awesome. It's always good to hear that. But I guess, how often do we ever hear people in spaces going, "I fucking hate painting. I'm so tired of painting." It's not the point. Um, so did you prior to that back in the 90s, did you have any, were you interested in art at all? Did you draw in school or anything like that?
um, when I was a child, my mother saved art things that I made for her. And when she would send me to my room for a time out, I would, entertain myself by taking everything out of every drawer and organizing it and putting it back in. So I'm like, maybe this started way back then. It's possible. And I used to make little Hot Wheels because I had horses and Barbies and Hot Wheels, but I liked the Hot Wheels. And I would go out in the ditch where we lived, and they were still dirt back then. We didn't have sidewalks out in the area I lived in, the rural high deserts of Reno, Nevada. And I would make little rocks and twigs, make little landscape structures and driveways lined with little twigs and sticks, for trees. And so I was doing that way back then. Yeah, there you go.
So you've definitely always had an eye for the architecture and the art that's in architecture.
I think so. And I think actually a lot of my imagery still has that kind of architectural perspective um, in some cases. I like a lot of balance. I like to center my images, which I've gotten some flack for from other more traditional photographers that I've met over the
Got to
years.
use that negative space. Got to.
Oh yeah, the whole golden mean and
Yeah, yeah.
the rule of thirds and all that blah blah blah. I don't listen anymore. I just throw up my hands and I'm going to shoot it the way I want it. I know the rules and I'm breaking them because I liked it.
Yeah, rules were made to be broken.
And I,
Somebody said
and
that.
I think it just makes, I don't know, it makes successful artists that way too. It you look at things a little bit better. The rules, I don't know how many of the people that follow the rules in whatever art they do, I don't know how many of them do super well. It's
Well, this thought just came to my mind is maybe they teach you that because they're the ones who are successful and they want you to follow in their style so that they're always the one that's the most successful in that style. Because it's hard to overcome somebody in the same style if they've already perfected it. But if you go outside that, you do something different, then it's easy to go above and beyond. But if you're following someone's footsteps, then it's hard to get past them.
Jesus, Willie.
That just kind of came to me. I don't
Are
know.
you, did you just smoke a joint, Willie? Like that was pretty.
No, but I just blacked out. What did I say?
There was some merit to
No,
that.
right? Because we do see that artists that do things their own way, do things differently, are the ones who stand out.
Yeah. No, it's very true. I think it's a lot easier to stand out because you're not following the same people in the same ways. You're very very good point, Willie. Go do it differently, Willie. Go do it differently. Uh, um, Juliet, when you go, I was gonna. Sorry, I had to ask. So when I pronounced your last name earlier, was I correct? Is it Haas? Is it Haas? Haas?
It's Haas.
Haas. Okay.
Yes, Haas. Long A.
Haas.
Haas.
Okay.
Like the avocado. Haas. Avocados.
I didn't know this. I don't eat avocados.
I thought they were Haas. I thought they were Hass.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's pronounced Haas, though. Like Hoss. Haas, or I don't know. Everybody says it differently.
There we go. I always
Okay.
like to ask. I always like to hear it from the person because Lord knows in this, especially in this world, like when you're on the Twitter and in these spaces, I've said so many names wrong, and especially when it's right in front of you, and it's like, no, that's you said it really fancy. That's nice, but it's just like it's spelt in front of you. Oh shit, I hate doing that.
And it's hard to read people's names here on these little round dots we have for profile
It
pictures.
is. I always go into the little people. There's a list. You can go down at the bottom there with the guests, the two little people, and that's how I usually end up doing it. But sometimes it doesn't help because
Oh, that's how you do that?
some people are so creative with their names it doesn't help. Um, when you go out, so now when you go out on the road and you want to just go out and shoot things in a day, do you wake up in the morning and go, I feel like shooting architecture, or I feel like shooting, um, the ocean or trees, or do you just go out and like whatever catches you along the way is how you roll?
I just, sometimes I'll go out and I might find nothing, but mostly I just get out and I drive. I have a general direction I want to go and things that I've heard about. Oh, somebody said Amador County is great. And I'll just drive and I'll see something and I'll find a place to park and I'll walk around and see if I can get any shots of it. So I don't really plan unless I'm going, like my annual vacation now is my time for shooting. So my husband and I try and plan, a big trip to go somewhere where we want to take pictures, like the Route 66 we went on this last October, or September 2019. I went to Iceland to the West Fjords and did a month-long artist residency in a little farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. So I specifically planned for those trips. But if I'm just going out for a few hours or a day, I'll just drive around. Even if I'm just going to a friend's house for dinner, oh my God, I see something and the light is perfect, and I have to find a place to park and make sure I'm not in a neighborhood where I'm going to get shot or I'm going to get my car stolen while I'm shooting. So that's how I do it.
That's these things we have to think about. um,
It's terrible, right?
yeah, I know it is, but it's yeah, I guess it's the truth. Honestly, especially
White girl alone, bad neighborhood, expensive camera. It's not
yeah,
really very
no,
smart.
fair enough, fair enough. Even if you're out in the middle of nowhere, like in farm area, agriculture land, like farmers don't take lightly to anybody. Did I say?
Yeah, I was out on the road between here and Davis, and there's an agricultural company. I think it was a Sunday, and it was closed, and the weather was crazy. And I pulled off the highway on a frontage road, and these kids in a car, while I was halfway out in the field, pulled up right next to my car and watched me. And they flashed this big bottle of vodka at me, and I'm like, they're going to get out of their car and fucking kill me. And I got in my car, and they waved at me and drove away. And I was like, phew, got away from them. Oh my God.
They were just like, "Hey, it's somebody else. Do you want to party with us?"
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds like that's where they go out. That's the field they go to party to. They're like, hey,
Oh, it's possible.
someone's out
It's
here partying.
possible.
That's very.
Yeah, you never know though. It's always better to be safe, right?
Do you have favorite subjects that you like to photograph? People, places,
I
thing.
always look, yeah, I always looked for abandoned structures and, out of place kind of objects. I don't tend to photograph people a lot. I used to try and do street photography, and I wasn't very good at it. You know, some of my friends are amazing street photographers, and they live for that. And I don't know. It's like I'll kind of want to be away from people because there's so much download from the environment around me. I really want to be out where I can chill out. It's like my detox from life. I get to go out there and kind of meditate and look around and get into the environment, and it's it's more that for me.
Yeah, which
Yeah, I noticed a lot of abandoned structures in your work. Um, I love I love abandoned like abandoned porn, if you will. Like
Yes,
one of
that's a good way to put it.
yeah one of my favorites is abandoned amusement parks. There's just something so great about them. I don't know the way the natural earth retakes them and
Yeah, I mean, they're really creepy, and I'm all about the creepy. And part of like a number of years ago, I used to go to the Salton Sea, which is a popular place for photographing Bombay Beach. And there's so much isolation and abandoned, disheveled, people just up and left their homes because there's no industry out there to keep the money rolling in. Um,
well
but part of
there's
those
a great doc about why the Salton Sea is abandoned. Um, I don't know if
I've
you've ever.
seen it and I cannot remember what it's called, but I've
I'll,
seen it.
I'll try to look it up.
Yeah, but part of the thing is I'm afraid to go near those buildings because I mean there's so much energy and you try and walk inside and you don't know if a creature's going to jump out at you, and there's weird graffiti and stuff, and it's like, oh, you just get this energy that bad stuff happened here. So part of it's a fear thing for me and overcoming fear. So, and part of it just is because it's so photogenic. I'm all into the monster movies and cinema because I was in Hollywood for so many years, and the scarier and the more photogenic, the better.
makes good
That doc's
movies.
called Plagues and Pleasures of the Salton Sea. It's actually like co-written and directed or something by John Waters. Um, really cool story for anybody who hasn't seen it. Um,
I don't remember that one. I know there was a female documentary filmmaker that did a whole thing on Slab City, which was a really cool um, show about that community there.
oh, cool. Another one I'll have to look up now. I'll have to find
I've seen a few.
that
I've
one.
seen a few documentaries on Slab City, and that's an amazing thing going on out there. It's a good vibe. It's very different.
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times to shoot. It's really, people aren't bad. You just don't want to bother them. You just drive through and take your pictures. And I know they have a, a whole community of people that does artsy stuff down there.
Right, right for sure. Um, so on your some of your something I wanted to ask you about was this. So the because we're talking about the buildings, and it made me think because you had the one series, the marionettes and other ghosts, and like was a lot of those photos were they all taken in the same building, or was it just
They
similar
were,
buildings? Okay.
yes. Yeah. I had a number of female and, well, both men and women photographers in a group I belonged to in Los Angeles. And they had all shot in there a couple times. And they had a third um, they like 12 of us rented that building for the day. It was a 3-story railroad hospital. Apparently, a lot of scary movies were shot in there, so all of the rooms were already the way they were. All we did was walk in with our wardrobe and our makeup artist and my lighting and walked around for 5 hours. I would grab a model and run down to the hall. I was there for 1 hour before everybody arrived. I had 5 friends who came, a musician, an actor, actress, skateboarder kid that was my friend's son. And we just hung out, and I scouted the rooms and picked where I wanted to shoot beforehand. And I got to work a second time in there just with one of the actors, and that was awesome. super awesome building. They tore it down or renovated it now. It's like old folks housing. So it no longer looks like that. It doesn't exist anymore.
Oh. What did it cost to rent something like that for the day?
I think back when I shot that in 2012 or 2013, it was $1,500 for the day rate to rent the space. And there were 12 of us, so I paid $125. It was fantastic.
Seems weird to have to rent an abandoned building, but I guess if you're in LA and they're shooting movies there and somebody's making profit, right?
That is
Yeah,
They're
everybody's
capitalizing
making
everything.
money.
that's really dope. So even this Spurned Bride, there's one where it's like kind of in a chapel setting. So that was also in that same building as well.
Yep, that was
Cool,
all there.
cool.
We just rolled the piano out of the way because we were kind of thinking of, yeah, the piano's kind of cool, but it doesn't fit. And she's like, oh, I have an idea. And she just posed there. And it was, really collaborative between myself and all my friends who helped be my subjects because we knew what the space looked like. They had seen photographs of the interiors online. I said, this is where we're shooting. These are the clothing I'm bringing. They brought some of their clothes. Um, and they would give me their characters and I would shoot it. So it was really smooth and easy, and we had a good time, and the pictures turned out great.
Damn, probably one of the easiest sessions a photographer could ever have. It'll.
Oh, it was hard work, no joke, but I didn't have to work very hard to pull characters out of them.
That's cool. That's a very neat experience. It's cool to hear.
In the archivist, all the books were there too.
Yes, that was in the basement, and I think those were all original patient files that had just been left in there. And I have some shots from the boiler room too. Unfortunately I didn't find that till the very, very, very end. I would have spent more time in it. And I haven't shared any of the boiler room pictures yet.
There's one on your page named Boiler Room.
Oh, maybe I have then. Oh
Maybe
yeah,
there's
he's
maybe there's
turning
the
the.
one in there.
There is that one. Yeah, there are others, but I remember that one now. Yeah, he was turning the crank on the big machinery.
Yeah, yeah,
Awesome. Yeah, that was so much fun.
That's
yeah. You got some really great lighting in all those shots too. Like,
Thank you. Yeah, mostly it's ambient lighting, what was coming in the windows. And I had one off-camera hot flash in a tiny beauty dish. It was just like a handheld flash that you would stick on top of the camera. So that's it. Just natural lighting, really slow exposure, like a quarter of a second, and my hot flash off the side.
hot flash, and that wasn't even as you were talking about that. It wasn't even the way I thought about hot flashes, but it's a piece of equipment. Gotcha. Okay.
It is.
Uh,
It's an SB 900 Nikon flash.
that's all right. Nikon, send us some money for that. Thank you very much. That was a little promo there. Nikon,
Thank
is that?
you.
Do you it,
or some gear.
some
Send us
gear?
some
Yeah,
gear.
sure. So you just mentioned Nikon, and this is a question I always like to ask, and sometimes I get a very cold answer to it, and sometimes I get a very pleasant, nerdy answer to it. Do you have a What do you use to shoot? Do you have a preference to equipment? Do you have a mixture? I'm imagining you have a mixture. Like, what's your camera that you shoot
I
with?
do have a mixture. I started on Nikon. My very first camera was a Pentax K1000 that my dad gave me. And then after I had been shooting for a couple years, I wanted better glass because I just wanted a better camera. I wanted to upgrade. So I got a used Nikon F2, which I still have. And since I was already Nikon, when I went to digital, I couldn't decide if I wanted Canon or Nikon, but I already had Nikon lenses, so I went Nikon, and I've stayed Nikon. I don't have a problem with it. I also have a Fuji X100S because I wanted more of a small pocket size, and I can't decide if I want to get a Sony or stay Fuji and maybe keep the Nikon for, important things, and just for traveling, get a smaller, something that's not so heavy.
Right. Yeah. I find that was always the biggest problem. I mean, I never really found it a problem until later on in life, but it's like carrying the stuff around, man. Like if you're carrying multiple lenses, and I'm sure you probably at points in time carry like ridiculous amounts of equipment, but especially if you get into flashes and crap. Um, but I always found that like people always, oh, do you like carrying that around? Like you've always got it. I'm like, no, it's like my third arm. I love it. It's no problem. And it was actually when I was in Italy for the first time was when I was like, this thing is a real super pain in the ass to carry around. Just
It's true. Yeah. I mean, in October with my husband, I had two camera bags and tripods and all this stuff. And when we got to Amarillo, Texas, after driving for 7 days, I put all that stuff on an airplane or shipped it back to me so I wouldn't have to carry it on the airplane.
oh wow, yeah. Well, there you go. That's good thinking.
I mean, I kept the camera, the main camera body, and my hard drive in my backpack with me, but the rest of it I shipped back because I just was tired.
Yeah. I've run into some people that have like some sports photographers and some hardcore birders that like they have lenses that are just absolutely obscene. I mean, I understand you have to have them kind of, but man, I could never imagine walking around with something that's worth like 11,000 plus dollars and weighing however many pounds and 3 feet long. Like that's wild. What's your biggest lens you have?
My most recent purchase 2 years ago from Houston Camera, I found a used Nikon. It's a Nikkor 80 to 200, and it's amazing. I love it. I shoot with that, and then my other favorite lens is the wide angle 1735. And basically, those are all I shoot with. Unless I want macro, I have a 105 macro, but I barely ever use it.
Really, that's interesting because I think my lens is I want to say it's an 80, but I almost want to say it goes to 55. But I find, hmm, I guess it depends on what you want to photograph with. I just find that I want to go lower. Like I need something that can get even way more close up sometimes. It's a really tough balance, I guess. If you don't know what you want to shoot and where you're shooting, it's a very tough balance to figure out what kind of a lens you want, right? Because I mean, having one lens that can do multiple things is definitely a way to go, so that you're not weighing yourself down all the time. 80 to 200. I'm interested. Where is my camera? Gotta go look.
I also have a 55, and I shoot that sometimes too. I took that with me on my vacation, and that worked out really well. Um, so yeah, that's it.
Huh. Here I am reading my camera. Actually, no, mine's 75 to 300.
Oh, see?
Yeah. I didn't even know what.
Are you Nikon or Canon?
I'm a Canon. My first cameras were Pentax. They were handed down to me, and I can't remember what they are. I still have them to this day. But yeah, so then I got into Canon, and I was very unfortunate that it's one of those things with technology. No matter what it is, whether it's computers, cameras, you're always like, oh well, maybe I'll hang on and see what they come up with next year or whatever. And it's like I bought the last Canon that didn't come with video, and I kind of, for myself, I'm disappointed in that. I wish I had video on it, but
I would love to have my next camera have video capability for sure.
yeah, and that was the only thing I regret. But I certainly am not looking to go and buy a new camera, so I've had this one for many years now. That's it. That's all. It's good for Mother Nature. I take great photos with it. I really enjoy it, and actually, I have fallen out of using it in the past 2 years, I think 3 years, and a friend of mine got a camera this Christmas, and she's all interested in. She got like DSLR for Dummies book and everything, and I'm like, oh, we got to go out. We got to go. I can teach you things. We can. Don't read that book. Like, let's go and do this. And then winter hit, and she's like, well, it's cold. Well, it's cold. Well, it's cold. I'm like, yeah, but this is a good time of the year to go out and shoot. There's some good lighting going on here. But we'll get into it sometime.
I love to shoot in the weather. The lighting is much better, and you get clouds and stuff. Mostly otherwise it's kind of boring skies, and shooting in the weather is better.
Yeah, it gives good backgrounds. The lighting is definitely where it's. I mean, the lighting is everything, right? When you can get interesting lighting, like even if you're in kind of a haze, if you're in a haze in the morning where you start getting those oranges and the warm colors, I guess I like to call them, that's what I dig. It's kind of creepy. I like to hide in the haze taking photos. Cool. I was going to ask. So just back to that building when you're in shooting in that building. Um, this one photo that has your name on it. That is you standing way off in the distance. You're where?
What's the name of the photo?
Juliet Haas.
Which one? In my PFP?
No, you're standing. It's a lady standing. It looks like almost on ballerina tippy toes and kind of a very puffy dress, like a wedding dress. Oh no, not ballerina. It has like knee-high boots.
Oh, that's Tiny Dancer.
Oh, okay.
That is my friend Megan. It's not me. Where are you looking at? I'm not on my.
I'm on object. No, well, wait a minute. Isn't Tiny Dancer another one? I think Tiny Dancer.
If you click it in the description, she's kind of retitled it in the description.
Oh, okay. I wasn't trying to. Oh, yeah, there it is right there.
Oh, look at that. That does have my name on it. Oh, I named it wrong. What a bummer. It's supposed to be Tiny Dancer. How about that?
All right. But will it?
I need an assistant who can check my typing.
Oh, trust me, I do it, man. What was it? Well, we had Jen's a little loop.
I can't write, but I can proofread.
We had Jen's a little.
I can read things 20 times, and inevitably I find typos. It's horrible.
Fact. It's so easy. I do it all the time. The amount of time.
Oh my God.
The amount of times that I double check something and hit tweet, and then like I'll read it after and go, "What in the f was I thinking?" Like I read this 3 times, and how did I just like glaze over that? I do it all. Jen's a little loopy. When she was on, I did the promo posting for her, and she's like, "Yeah, this is really great. I'm stoked to be on, but you should check that date." And it was like October 23rd or something like that. And this was like she was on a couple weeks ago. But yeah, I was like, "Fuck, how do I do that? How do we do that? I don't know." Humans, I guess.
Oh well.
We're pro. I told her it was a great space and everybody had a good time. She's like, "Yeah, I remember. It was fabulous." I'm like, "There we go. We're done."
That's all that matters.
Kind of just moving through your object page here, just because I'm on it now. So the rangefinder, that piece that the very first piece that I bought there, where did that come about? Was that taken through a window? Were you in a shop? Is that somebody's lamp that you know?
So that story, that whole series, I titled The Other Paris. For my birthday in 2014, I had the opportunity just to do whatever I wanted for like 4 or 5 years. I got to quit my job because my grandmother passed away. I got some money. I did a lot of healing work to reset my life. And then I got to start traveling, and I took a 1-year professional photography program at Los Angeles Center of Photography, just to really revisit all of the studio lighting and get to go on workshops and work with models and stuff that I hadn't had a lot of opportunity to do with. So for my birthday, I took myself to Paris with a commercial photographer named Joe Baraba, and he always does this annual springtime in Paris. And there were, I think, 8 photographers. And he had a few places for us to go, but we just walked around a lot and did our own thing as well. And that was inside a shop. That lamp is inside a store in Paris somewhere, and I just thought that was fantastic.
That's a really cool story to go with that. Yeah, the lamp is really fabulous. I mean, that lamp is, I dig it. Like it's kind of almost a steampunk use of that old camera.
Yeah, I love what they've done with that. I have an old Bush press camera that I got to use in October for the first time. I've had it for years. It was my dad's, and I had to have the shutter mechanism repaired. But it's just been sitting there, and I finally got some slide film holders and a roll film back for it off of eBay and took it with me on my trip. But I haven't processed the film yet, so I'm really excited to see what I got.
That'll be interesting. I mean, how did you even know you were getting a good photo with it? Like, was it was it a push and go kind of thing? Or
I have
yeah, I
no
guess you don't
idea.
know. That's kind of exciting.
Well, it has, yeah, it's kind of like it has aperture and the film speed dial to set, but it didn't have a shutter speed thing, so I had no clue if I was going to hold it open on bulb or what. So I'm kind of nervous as well, but I did get DSLR shots of everything that I took with it. So in case it doesn't come out, I have backup.
Cool. And did you make notes when you took the photos as well, just so you knew what the no?
Mm, not really.
Well, if you've got the digital shot, then I mean that's kind of your note,
Well, I
right?
was just thinking because I remember one photography class that I took, right? Because I mean, obviously now with digital photos we have metadata, so we know what your aperture was set at and all that blah blah blah, right? So, but that was the one thing when
Yeah,
the teacher was talking to us. Well, yeah, no, when you're doing film and this that and make notes so then you know when you took that photo what kind of a settings you had so you could reproduce that if you ever had to or whatever, right? So that's why I was asking that question. But
gotcha. Yeah, great
that's a
point.
very exciting.
Yeah, I got lazy. I didn't do that.
So so not knowing the outcome of some of these, um, do you like do you, is there already kind of a thought process of maybe like post processing the two together?
Well, I know that I shot them with the intention to process all the film normal, so regular speed. Whether it's, I think I shot some. I have my rototrim and an old dark bag that I've kept, and I had to cut the film 4x5 film sheets down to 2¼ by 3¼ inside the bag, so I could fit them in these old film holders that I found on eBay. So there's color film, and um, I think it's 400 speed Kodak negative film, and then I had two different kinds of Arista 50 speed black and white film that they don't make anymore. So my fingers are crossed. It's all an experiment.
I think
No, but I mean, like, what I was trying to ask was have you thought about after you've processed it, then taking the digital that you shot of the same photo and kind of scanning that original analog and maybe blending it with the digital somehow.
Yeah, I have thought about that. Making, I don't know, pairing them together or showing the comparison. I'm not sure, but my husband wants to go through because he shot a lot of film too. He was uh, he's got a master of fine arts from years ago that he never uses, but he shot almost as much as I did. So we kind of want to make a book of the trip and see what happens with that. So there are plans, but it takes so much longer to do what you think you're going to do. Oh, it's in a couple months I can bang this out and do this and this. And no, it takes months.
Yeah, it's never just getting home and then getting it processed, right? It's always a lot longer than you think it's going to be.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. I lost my little earbuds. So can you ask me that again?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it's never really like as quick to process things as you hope. You get home now, you've got to filter and sort and do all your processing. So it's not like
real life gets in the way. You gotta take the dog for
yeah,
walks. You gotta do all this stuff.
yeah,
Yes, part of the reason for going on vacations now, and even the trip to Iceland that I took, was because I don't have the free time I used to have now that I'm married and I have a real job, or what people call a real job. So I can't just do whatever I want, and things take a lot longer now.
IRL, that IRL gets in the way. Damn it.
So you mentioned at the beginning of the space that you weren't very commercially successful. So is your real job have anything to do with your photography, or is it completely
It
separate?
is completely outside of the realm of anything I ever imagined. I work in a title company in the recording department. So basically, I check all of escrow's documents to make sure that they have everything and they don't have to, get any liens taken care of. And I give them the final, yes, now you can release it. And then it goes to the county to record. So it's not even a job I knew existed before
Right?
I got married and moved to my new city. I'm like, this is people do this. I mean, I heard of
Yeah,
real estate, but I had no idea.
it's a real push this button with your left hand kind of
and
job.
and I was gonna say,
Yes, it's pushing paper.
Yeah,
and we're right back to, and we still make mistakes when we mint stuff, right? It's
That's
okay if you
right.
you do. That's I want to say that sounds very dry to me.
Oh, it's
I,
terrible. Why do you think I'm in spaces all
okay,
day long,
okay, all right.
every day? I have to give my mind something interesting or I'll go insane.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay, we're on the same wavelength there. I didn't want know how to say that. Not
yeah, exactly. This is the
oh
escape.
gosh. Well,
This is the fun part
well,
of the week.
well, man. I'm glad we can help at some point in time.
Thank you.
uh,
You guys are all saving me, you Twitter people.
that's right. Or we could be saving other people as well, because I mean, when people go crazy, it's go postal, as they used to say back in the day.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I just noticed too that I bought Incognito was another piece that I bought from that collection as well, from your Paris set. Dude, just great photos. I remember that night. I remember when I bought these. When you keep,
I'm so happy you liked that. I love that
uh,
one so much. It's one of my
yeah,
favorites.
no, and I like the because you talk like your favorite place is to be in costume. There I can conquer anything. Like that's what you wrote at the top, and I'm like,
Yes.
it's so true, right?
Yes.
And it's and I'm assuming from the, yeah, it's another one that was taken through a shop window or something. Um,
Yes, you can actually see my
it,
reflection there in the
yeah,
sunglasses.
yeah, and it's cool though, because it's like I look at that and it's like, yeah, I would totally rock those sunglasses and that damn frog eye hat that's on there too.
I love the hat. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it's totally awesome. Like somebody made that. Like that's pretty dope. It's cool.
Now, when I lived in LA, I was very entrenched in the Burning Man community because that's where I got to spend the most time with the most creative
Cool.
people I've ever met. So, when I moved away, it was absolutely devastating for me to not have my people. So I feel kind of like in the Twitter space, I have refound all of the interesting creative people that I have access to. So I appreciate you all so much. It's lovely to know you and get to know you better and be with people who make stuff.
That's a beautiful thing. That's a good full circle for you. I really dig that. I kind of find I think we hear that resonated in many different ways, shapes, and forms, um, from different artists and guests that they've found people again. They found, for whatever reason, they lost the groove or the people they used to hang with, or the things that they were interested in this space has rekindled that for them, and that's really awesome to hear. The Burning Man crew, hanging around with those kind of creatives, man, that's Burning Man is like so on my bucket list. Did you ever go to Burning Man?
I did. I have been 3 times. I know people who've been like 9 times, 20 times, but I've only had the opportunity to go 3 times, and it was uh, overwhelming and amazing and crazy and fascinating, and everybody's super nice, and the art, you're climbing all over artwork, and the music is 24/7, you dancing and you're in costumes, and it incredible experience. I would highly
Yeah,
recommend it.
I got to do it someday. I am so dead set on doing it someday, but I have to go down there with something. Like I have to create something.
Well, you should come down and help me rebuild the golf cart so that it's all green
Ah, man,
burning,
we need
and
bigger
then
than golf.
Yes.
well, then we can, like, build around it, and then make
You
it
have your
something
art
Right?
fun.
car, right? And
Yeah.
the thing is, you have to go to the DMV on the playa, and the only requirement is that it has to roll over the line for you to get your DMV playa license.
That's so cool. That's the only thing. Other than that, well, I guess how would you put limitations on anything else? Because I mean, there's some crazy shit rolling around out there.
It's super
That's
fun.
so cool. Yeah, no, I think it's everything about it speaks to me because especially when you think about the nighttime and everything like the fire and the lights and the sound and the just speaks to me so much. I definitely have to go down there in a huge capacity though. I want to be something. I want to be not that I'm saying that I'm nothing, but I want to go down there with a presence because I just think that's as far as Bits goes, he can make a presence down there at Burning Man. I'm creative enough and I'm mechanically inclined and yeah, I want to do it someday. It's got to have breathing fire.
What if we build the golf cart into a live interview studio, and we roll around and interview people all
It's
night?
not loud enough. It's not big enough.
Okay, we put
That would
flamethrowers
be
on
fun
it,
Right?
though.
I think the golf cart would be something. I think
shaped like
whatever we
microphones.
build, the golf cart will.
We put a giant microphone shaped Tesla coil off the top of it.
There you go. Now we're starting to think about that. There we go. I was thinking that the golf cart, whatever we build as the main art piece, the golf cart could be an art piece that like comes out of a side trap door or a back trap door and drives out. Right?
Okay,
Right?
all right,
Okay.
I'm
All
with
right.
you. Yeah,
Okay, we'll plan that.
a nested,
Yeah.
you know, a vehicle inside of a vehicle kind of thing.
Totally. It must have been really awesome to be around some of those people. Like for sure. Because I mean those are very free spirited, wild minds.
Yeah, it's interesting because they come from all walks of life, business owners, filmmaking people, makeup artists, chefs, PhDs, scientists, regular hippies, people from all over the world. So it gets some stigma, people who don't understand, but it's really, and then of course there's all the negative aspects you can find out there too. But for me, it was mostly all
Sure.
positive.
Wait, are we still talking about Burning Man, or are we talking about NFTs now? Because
I
they
was
sound
talking about
really
Burning Man.
similar
They
to
do
me right
sound really
now.
similar. I think maybe all the old burners have retired and we're here doing NFTs
Yeah,
now.
there you go. Become
So how did you get into NFTs? Was it through some of your previous contacts of Burning Man people, or?
um, Actually, I was trying to get into the artist community here in my new town where I moved up in Northern California. And I was reasonably successful. I brought Open Show Sacramento, which was Open Show LA, artist events for photography. And I tried to recreate that here for myself to some extent. But people in Northern California, at least where I live, are not as interested or passionate about showing their work or going out to be at events all the time. So it was really hard to keep that sustainable here for myself. And then one of my friends in LA, she now does the sound bowls, the crystal bowl sound healing kind of sound bath stuff. And she gave me a Clubhouse invite. Voila. And then I got in there and I was like, oh, NFT tips, NFTs. Okay. And then I had to learn what that was. And then for the first year from February 21 to January 22, two, I just learned everything I could about crypto. I got all these wallets. I started trading things to try and figure out how to move things around and connect it to banks. And I tried minting some things on Foundation, and my wallet got hacked, and I had to burn everything. But then I had to, you learn as you go, and you had to figure out how to do it. And I didn't have any more money, so you have to wait until you have more money. And then, okay, I don't want to risk the money, so I have to really learn how to do these things. And so you just listen to countless hours of spaces and YouTubes and try and figure out how to do stuff. So that's how it went. And then I'm here now.
Wow. So early days.
Yes.
So do you have many mints outside of Tezos on Ether or other chains?
I have one piece on Mintable from March from the NFT tips, but that's kind of long gone. I don't know what happened to it. Um, I have some stuff on Foundation. I have the Iceland stuff is on Foundation with some other Death Valley stuff. And then I moved all of the marionettes and other ghosts of vision started on Foundation. When my wallet was hacked, I had to burn that whole series, and I got one piece, the Tiny Dancer, accepted to Super Chief, LA, past and future. So I minted her again onto Tezos because Super Chief NFT was on Tezos. And then I thought, well, I'll just bring the whole series over to Tezos. So it lives there now. I burned all of that contract and everything off of Manifold and off of Foundation. So it took me months to figure out how to do it. But that's why I came to Tezos. And actually, I bought an AI piece from Amelie Art. And that was the first piece I bought in June 2022. And that was my first experience with Tezos.
That's very
Yay,
cool.
Tezos!
That's what I
Yay,
was
and it's
thinking.
so easy, and I love it because I love to collect artwork, and it's so easy.
That is killer. Yeah, we love Tezos.
And I use MoonPay because MoonPay is instant, and I took me a long time to find an, a service that sold crypto that didn't take a week. Like Coinbase took a week, Kraken takes, oh, you have to wait 7 days for your transfer. And it's like, no, 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 I need something now.
Are you talking about getting it back or sending it out or buying it?
When I buy it so
Really?
I can collect stuff. Yeah, I just use MoonPay. I'm like, okay, I want to buy NFTs this morning on Tezos. I log into my Temple wallet. I click on the buy. It takes me to MoonPay. 5 minutes later, I have my crypto and I can buy stuff.
Well, that's interesting. Why is it like for me? That's the I use Coinbase, and it's instantaneous for me. And now that's interesting. Is that a Willie? Is that an American thing? Is this a state thing?
I use
I'm not sure.
crypto.com, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know.
interesting.
Because
Yeah,
yeah,
there we go.
mine's pretty instant. As long as there's not like a backup on the entire chain.
I used
Um,
MoonPay at the very beginning. It was the first. It was the first few transactions for sure. I definitely know hundreds of 10K PFP dollars, thousands of dollars went through. Anyways, we won't get into that. But yeah, MoonPay. That's very interesting.
I've found it the easiest way for me. I've tried
Mhm.
using, from my bank to Kraken or from my bank to Qcoin or from my bank to Coinbase, and it always takes like 3 or 4 days, and it's just too long for
Yeah,
me to
no,
wait.
that's so not cool. But I guess too, the one thing great thing is if you sell pieces and it goes right into your Coinbase wallet, then that's or sorry into your you use your Temple wallet, your boom, it's right there. It's
Yes, that's correct.
instantaneous.
I have some, I have a staking thing, so whatever gets sold goes to that wallet, and then I don't use it.
Well, that's kind of cool. That's a good way to go about it.
I have to think about taxes.
Well, as I've realized, in the U.S., it's a really big thing. Willie was just talking about doing his taxes. I just did. Well, I just did 2 years ago taxes on Sunday, but we won't talk about my bad tax keeping. Um,
Yeah, this is a
but
recorded
you guys,
space.
well, no, there is the option. It is legal to not do your taxes for a few years, but they're gonna give you interest on if you owe anything, right?
Not in
Yeah,
the
well,
U.S.
that's interesting. But yeah, but up in Canada, you can amalgamate a few years. But that's I was
Yeah, you can get an extension here, but you have to do it within a certain amount of time.
that's very interesting. Yeah, it's very different down there because everybody, like you guys, can't for lack of better terms, you can't fuck around with crypto. You get everybody's like freaking out and getting the shit done. Whereas up here, I'm like, well, I don't. It wouldn't even be a drop in the bucket. They wouldn't even look at me for it. Not that I make or do anything huge in a year. Like I figure if you're under 5 grand, you don't have to worry about it, which I'm in that category. But I guess as an artist and you're selling pieces and buying more, do y'all claim that when you buy stuff too?
I am not sure. I think that we can write off the gas fees, which is pretty nice, but the purchasing artwork, I think, is considered an asset. And if you sell work, that would be considered like if I were going to sell a print, a fine art
Mm.
print to a client, I would have to claim some income on an NFT
loss.
or a print that I sell. Yeah.
Yeah, or a loss, Willie said in the background. That's true, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
or
that the
loss.
ultimate goal? You always want to show a loss, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that how farmers work?
I do believe there are specific projects designed just for that reason, to generate loss while also making things more valuable at the same time. That's all I'm going to say about that on this recorded space.
All right.
I have been hearing about the new 4337 and what is it, the fractionalizing of wallets. I can't remember the exact word. And as soon as I learn more, I want to have all my gas fees come from one of those fractionalized wallets so that I can keep them separate and not have to do so much accounting.
Oh, this is new to me.
Don't quote me because
this is where I defer paper.
This
you
is where
go.
y'all Americans say this isn't financial advice, right? Is this where y'all say that?
Yeah, they're not
All right.
Correct.
not financial advice, and Paper Buddha usually knows more than I do about things like
And this is where the Canadians go, fuck, if you want to listen to me, give her, but it's your own problem.
Give her, bud.
Cool. That's
That's
it's.
too funny.
I find it interesting. I do. I find taxes are just. I mean, we're not political. We don't need to get into taxes or anything like that. But taxes are fucking wacky, man. That's the one thing in my.
They're just a pain in the
For
ass,
sure.
more than
I'm
anything.
glad that I don't. I'm kind of glad that I don't have like a whole whack of investments and properties and frickin' stuff that I have to deal with. But then again, I guess in that case, I would probably pay somebody to do my taxes, right? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just a do-it-yourselfer,
Yeah.
so
So am I.
it doesn't really matter.
So am I, man.
I'm like, it's just more tax code I got to
There
learn.
you go. I did tell a friend a while back. That's what she did. And she did for a living, and I looked at her because she had said something about crypto, and I hadn't talked to her about crypto before. And then I looked at her and I said, "You need to figure that out." I said, "You need to take those clients on. When they come to you, take them on and you learn about it." I said, "You need to learn about this now because you learning about this right now,
Mhm.
you're you're going to be so far ahead when it comes down to it." And we talked about it for a good long time, and it made sense to her. Like she was gung ho about it. She went from dreading it because she knew nothing, and all these people were inquiring about it, and they had all these papers, and she's like, "What the fuck do I do with this stuff? Like, what the hell is this? What's a Kukai wallet? What's that, right?" And so I haven't talked to her in a while. I have to touch base and see where she's gone with that because it only makes sense, right? It's new. Maybe she'll write. Maybe
Yeah,
she'll write the book on it.
yeah, yeah. Get ahead of it
Mhm.
and get get your foot above the competition there.
Yep, absolutely. Now that I screwed up my object.
If anybody down there listening, has a good tax solution for Tezos specific, because it seems to be the hardest to figure out, please hit my DM.
I was just trying to send you. I was trying to buy this piece, Last Looks, by Juliet here to send to you, Willie, because it's great. It's all the Dave, all the.
I've
Oh,
already
did you
bought
already
it.
buy the Davids? Dude, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
I bought that one. Yeah, that's a piece.
I love the Davids. I almost didn't mint that, and I'm like, you know what? It's Valentine's Day. It's great. I'm just gonna mint it. So I'm glad you guys like
But,
it.
but why are there so many of them?
That's a movie set. It's called Raleigh Studios in Hollywood, and I was leaving the Independent Art Fair. That was back in 2014, and they were props for some show, and they were just sitting there, and I'm like, I love the Davids.
And say, I
Or
did
like my
see the
mom says,
description where it said that
David.
it was on a movie set, but I'm still like, why so many? How many did you need for this show or movie?
Movie industry is excessive in everything in every way.
If you're Willie, if you're shooting, and that David's a centerpiece, and then that David accidentally gets broken, you need a new David like now. So you better have Davids on hand.
Yeah, I guess
right?
that's a good point.
Or some
I guess that's a good point. Continuity is key,
some
right?
angry Karen will go, "Oh my God, why is the penis back on that David?"
Yeah, that penis got broken off in season
Smash
3.
them off.
Free
You can't put a
Willy.
penis back on in season 5.
The thing that really spoke to me about this, and it's funny because I don't know why I didn't notice it before, but to buy one was because I'm always a big fan. Like 1 or 2 or 3 of something is whatever. But when you have like a larger quantity of something, it doesn't matter what it is, it becomes cooler. And this is a really fine example of that, right? It's like one David, oh, cool. If you had 2 Davids, be like, oh, look, there's 2 Davids. But it's like when you've got like a dozen of them standing there, that's just like, I don't know. It's a thing that I've always liked in my life. Like.
Yeah, I'm with you. You gotta get past the threshold.
Yeah, like, 4 tennis balls is one thing, but when you like have a whole 50,
4,000
that's
balls,
something.
That's a different story.
No, that's why I really like this piece. I dig it. And it's just, David's hanging out there, like literally hanging out there.
Getting some sun.
I learned that when I was in Rome the one time about when all the penises were taken off the statues by the one pope. And they were literally.
That is ridiculous.
And they were literally put in drawers in the Vatican. They didn't get rid of them; they saved them.
The Vatican is an amazing place.
So the
I took
Pope
my
wanted all the
mother,
penises for himself?
apparently.
I guess.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That was rude.
Oh, my mom and I went to Italy in 2011, and we did a Vatican tour. It was like 3 hours with thousands of people crowded together in these amazing hallways, walking as fast as you could. You had your little microphone, and your tour guide would have a little shiny thing, and you had to follow her. If you lose her, you're out of luck. And it was an amazing place, but you're exhausted by the end because it just goes on and on and on and on. But it's an amazing place. It's its own city inside of Rome.
Yeah, they have their own currency. They have their own post office. They're their own country, right?
Yeah, we were hoping that we could go down into the catacombs. They have all of the old popes, decades and hundreds of years of popes mummified down there. Yeah, right, with the penises down there mummified in the bowels of the Vatican, and they were closed the day we were there because some dignitary was coming.
I think there's some permanently closed the catacombs.
No,
to tour.
Oh, what a bummer!
I was in the. I've gone in once.
I think when we were there, it was permanently closed, or it's been closed for a while.
I think what
that's a bummer.
Like what Juliet just said there, like there was a dignitary coming through, so they had it closed down. But because I've been to the Vatican 4 or 5 times now, but I've only been into the catacombs once. Oh wait, no, they're
how long? It was quite a while ago.
They're in yeah, I can't remember what year that was,
Um, and actually, I was going to say the catacombs, I think, are they're under St. Peter's Basilica,
Okay. But that's
which
right
is, yeah,
next to
no,
the
well,
Vatican,
I think
right?
it's still part. Uh, yeah,
The
yes, it is.
church
Yes,
is,
it's right,
yeah, the
right
big
there. Yeah,
church.
it's right there. It's right there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, no, this is not tourism advice, folks. Just so you know. But yeah, the Vatican Museum. So yeah, I've been there 4 or 5 times, and that's the thing is like I've done those. I did a tour once, and I'll never do that again because it's like they take you wherever they're going to take you, right? And I remember like she was taking us, and like you got to keep up with, just like you were saying, you got to keep up. And then I'm like, well, no, I want to go down there. That's the science hallway. Like I want to go down there. I want to go down. But no, we went right past that, and then we go down some. I mean, not that anywhere we stopped or anything we looked at was terrible. Don't get me wrong, but it was like everything I wanted to see. I was like, oh no, I want to go down there, and oh, we're not going that way. Shit. Like, yeah, but it's very cool to go there. That it's one of the. I mean, granted, I've never been to a museum even close to that caliber before, so I have nothing to compare it to. But to see, I mean, pretty much everywhere you go in Italy, and I guess probably in Europe for the most, like everything's a freaking artifact, right? Like it blows your mind. It's like, oh look, there's another Da Vinci. Oh look, another. But yeah,
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 most
my
of the
mom and I,
hotels you stay in are older than any building in North America. So
true.
you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Sorry, Juliet, you were going to say something there?
Oh, I was just gonna say I love Italy. I love all the European countries that I've been to. It's so nice to, walk up and touch an 800-year-old stone wall. It's like, wow, this has been here through the plague and through crazy wars, and it's still standing. It's just amazing to me.
It is like we in North America. It's like you go to a museum, they're like, oh, this is 220 years old, and this is 100 and something years old. And then yeah, they're
Or like in Los Angeles, they tear down all the great old stuff and put up new crappy
yeah, that ain't
boxes.
right. You got to preserve that shit. I the
Well, they do in Vegas for 3 years and they close it down.
um, yeah, I remember one time in Rome, we did a tour of the Palatine Hills, and then at the end of the tour, the guide was like, "Look, if you don't do anything else today or on your stay here in Rome, he's like, go down to that street there behind the Colosseum and walk on those black, smooth, shiny stones, and stop there for a second and like realize that like Cleopatra walked on that street. Caesar walked on that street. Like this isn't fantasy. Like those stones are original that are back there on that street, and that was the center of Rome. And like, and I remember I went there and like kind of just sat there and looked at the stones, and I was like, dude, like this is the stuff of movies, and that was real. It's mind blowing. North America, we're like, I collect Coke bottles from the 50s.
Yeah, some of the oldest standing buildings in North America, or well, in the U.S., are like distilleries in Kentucky, and they're like 1780s, like really 1730s. Not super old when you think about it.
Um, can you tell me a little bit more about Gateway? A wonderful piece of photography.
You
Yeah.
like that? Thank you. um, this is from our October vacation. We drove Route 66 from Kingman, Arizona to Amarillo, Texas. And we'll go back again and do Amarillo to Chicago either this year or next. We can't decide where we want to go this coming October. We always take our vacation then. And we veered off in places, and this is north of a place called Thoreau, which is a couple hours maybe maybe an hour east of Gallup, New Mexico, in Navajo Nation, and we were just driving north because the rock formations were so pretty, and this was off on 10 miles north of the 66 highway, and we had to find a little side road, and I just thought it was amazing. I don't know the name of this rock. I think it's part of the Mount Powell in McKinley County on the Colorado Ridge mountain range. That's what I read about on Google a couple days ago before I minted this. Because I try and do my descriptions for minting. I don't write all of this stuff in advance, of course. I sit here and painfully write stuff as I'm minting and try and figure out what I'm going to say about a piece. But I've had some practice with the artist statement kind of stuff. So anyway, that's where it is. It's just a rock. And I thought it was amazing.
Australia.
Yeah, no, it's Navajo Nation, New Mexico.
It's Mother Nature at its finest, right there.
Yes.
Yeah, and I dig this now that like I've looked at this a few times since you've minted it, and now that I'm speaking to you here and hearing the things that you've talked about tonight. So I'm going to say that this definitely is exactly the kind of style that you like, right? When you said that, the centering of things, right, which wouldn't be normal. And another thing to me that really stands out that I like about this, because it's something that I do as well, is that I think it's the roadway guardrail that's in there. Like when I would draw pictures back when I was a kid, and even when I take photos now, I use that kind of stuff. Even in a nature setting, if it's there, I use it because it's just kind of part of the photo. It's kind of the part of the moment. And I used to get criticized.
It gives you
about
a sense of perspective, and you want to have some kind of sense of place. When I first started learning art, you want to have a sense of place and distance and layers of stuff. And the sky provides a layer, the rock provides a layer, all those little bushes provide a layer, the roadway and everything in the foreground provides a layer. So I'm not discarding all of the rules of composition, just some of them, but I definitely like to center stuff. And it looks like, I don't take pictures of people, and I love portraiture. So I'm kind of taking a portrait of this rock. So I'm still doing portraits, but it's a rock. It's not a human, in my opinion. I kind of think of it that way. And I did a portfolio review last year in Portland around this time, or it was like April 20th. And one reviewer mentioned to me that most of my frames have this big cutting boundary thing going through the picture that I'd never really noticed I did that. But she told me to think about that. And so I keep it in mind, but I don't know what it means.
Well, I like it because, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I used to do, even when I drew things, I would have things like if I drew a farm, like say a farm scene or whatever, like I would always have a barbed wire fence in front and stuff. And I actually, just because I had two teachers that used to criticize me about that. You took this beautiful nature photo, but you left, this 55 gallon rusty drum over here. And it never made sense to me. And I'm like, well, it's part of the photo. If that was a person standing, if that was a person standing over there, you wouldn't be saying anything, posing, right? Like,
I leave those things in too, and I have definitely been criticized by what my friends call the old guard, the vests of photography. The guys who walk around with the little tan vests in all their pockets.
The best.
Not to be insulting to anyone who has one of those.
like Hunter S. Thompson.
Yes. Anyway, but not so wild as Hunter S. Thompson.
Oh, it's cool, and I really dig it. Like the more I sit here and look at it, it's very nice. I always like to blow these things up on my big screen, and it really is awesome. Like the way the blue sky to this, you were talking about the layers, and like it's really cool in this photo. It's too bad.
Thank you very
My
much.
first question was going to be, what's the name of the rock, and then you crushed that one for me. So I'll Google it.
It doesn't have a name, yeah. I tried to Google it. I know exactly where it is. I can
Uh-huh.
find it's at Highway 371 off of the 66, and there's a road, a frontage road that turns where we're standing, going to the dump site. They have this big reclamation center out there, a few miles down this road. So I know exactly where it is, but this mountain does not have a name on it. I
Right.
can't find it on the map.
And it's
It's
I
irritating
was gonna
me.
say, and then you'd probably, if you ask the locals, or they would be like the one guy, be like, well, yeah, oh, you mean Dump Rock? Yeah, that's where you turn to go to the dump.
Yeah, I'm sure it has a
Oh,
name. All the
Refuse Road
Indians out
Rock?
there
Yeah,
call it
yeah.
something.
Well,
Coyote Space.
yeah, the indigenous folks out there definitely have a name for it for sure. I mean,
They
that's
definitely.
super not. That's way too prominent to not. 100%. Um, and then as we're clicking along and moving along here, soft wave. That's an amazing.
That, thank you.
Yeah.
That is out in Death Valley, of course. When was that? I went on a week long camping trip with another group of photographers, and I camped across the street from the hotel at Furnace Creek, and we were lucky enough to get rain all week long.
What?
But yeah, it never rains out there, and we
Yeah.
had rain 3 to 4 days out of the 5 we were there. So Badwater was full of water, which was amazing, and cold.
Wild.
It's such a clean dune. I just want to drive on it.
Isn't it beautiful? Yeah. It was hard to find places that didn't have people's footprints because a lot of people walk around out there to take pictures.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where sometimes when you get photographs, you take a photo like this, like people don't realize what's actually going around that and how hard it is to find that. It's like taking a nice clean shot in. Once again, we'll go back to Rome, right? Some of the photos you get in Rome, it's like, man, I had to go there at 4:30 in the morning, and I had 20 minutes before the tourists showed up to take that photo. And this kind of the same thing where you said like there's footprints everywhere. People like to walk around and cruise around and to get such a clean shot.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. I'd be driving on that. Like
with your dune buggy.
I grew up driving in dunes.
Your golf cart. Yeah.
Golf cart, dune buggy, Range Rover, whatever, dude. if it's got 2 wheels, I'll drive it on sand.
Yelling. Would you be yelling America? Oh, no.
Like that.
Dude. Furnace Creek. It's funny. I actually have Furnace Creek on my phone. I've had Furnace Creek on my weather app on my phone for just years because it was always funny to talk about it when people would be sitting here like in the middle of summer up here in Canada going, man, it's so hot, it's so hot. And then you'd like look up what the temperature was in Furnace Creek and it would be just ridiculous. It's like
124 in the shade.
That's nothing.
Like the devil's.
That's nothing. That's like we get the same.
Yeah,
weather where I'm at.
Yeah, but Furnace Creek is like constantly like that. Willie, come on. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, to say so. I mean, because you're spent a lot of time in California. At least you're kind of from the area. Do you know? I'm sure you know the water park on the way to Vegas. You familiar with what I'm talking about? It's on like the 15, and it's abandoned.
I have not
like
been out that way in a long time.
Just before you get to Barstow.
I've driven to Barstow, but I normally go up the 395 through Mojave.
Yeah.
And not through Vegas direction.
Yeah. So up to 395, like I said, about halfway between the junction, what's that, the 15 junction?
Out by the airplane graveyard?
East of that, towards Barstow more.
Okay. Okay, I've only driven out that way one time. I didn't see it. I need to know about it.
Yeah, there's this there's this abandoned water park, and I think the last year or two they finally took all the water slides down. But there's it's kind of like Slab City where there's just a ton of graffiti and stuff out there. It's really cool. So I was wondering if you ever been out there and shot anything out there.
No, but I'm going to put it on my list for sure.
Yeah, it's always one of my favorite things to see on the way over to Vegas.
I didn't think there was anything on the way to Vegas. I've flown over that crap, man.
There's kind of literally two things. There's that, and then there's the giant thermometer in
What?
Barstow in Baker.
There's
the world's largest thermometer in Baker.
Seriously?
Yeah, because it gets so
Man.
hot out there. There's the world's largest thermometer.
You guys do large shit down there too. Hey, I thought that was only a Canadian stupid thing.
Or Texas.
Oh yeah, well, okay, yeah, Texas. Fair enough. Fair enough. We have the world's largest pierogi not too very far away from where I am.
That's funny. Hey, I found it. It's called Lake Dolores Water Park.
I didn't know it ever had a name.
Near Interstate 15 in the Mojave Desert, and I am going to put that on my list of places to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know it had a name.
What was it, Lake Dolores?
Lake Dolores Water Park in California's Mojave Desert has been abandoned 3 times since it first opened to the public in 1962. How about that?
Wow.
That's it.
That's OG.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's pretty cool out in the middle of nowhere.
Abandoned stuff is really badass, honestly.
Yeah, I've been to Bodie Ghost Town a few times. I have a bunch of shots from there that I might mint at some point. We'll have to see. It all just takes time to do all this stuff, you know?
Absolutely. We know that 100%. Otherwise, if it was all easy and simple and we could get shit done, we'd have t-shirts and merchandise. We'd be a syndicated program by now.
Yeah, we'd be broadcasting on at least 4 different media platforms.
Absolutely, we would be. We'd be in top 100 somewhere. But yeah, it takes time. So, what do you got? What's happening in the future? What do you got? What's your plans for 2023 in the Juliet Haas world?
Well, I was hoping, no longer hoping, but hoping that, maybe NFTs, I could actually sell some work. And I've sold more work in NFTs than I have in 10 years as a gallery artist. So that's something very cool. But it's not going to get me to retirement early. So I'm just going to keep, learning stuff and see what happens in the NFT future. I love all the people I've met here. I'm looking forward to going to NFT NYC. I didn't go last year, but I am going to go this year and meet people in person. And I haven't been to New York since 2006. So my number one thing, aside from meeting people, is to take pictures in the city, because I'm not going to miss that opportunity. I don't know when I'll get back to New York again.
Mm-hmm. It'd be very cool to see your take on it. If you take some photos and you happen to mint some stuff, well, I imagine you'll share some stuff, definitely. But it's always interesting because we've talked to some New York folks, and I mean, they always have their take on it. It would definitely be cool to see different eyes and what you discover there. For sure.
Yeah, I try to photograph things that aren't the typical thing that that people photograph. Like when I went to Iceland, I on purpose did not photograph the Northern Lights, even though we had a great couple nights of Northern Lights happening, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of amazing Northern Lights photos on the internet, and I can't top them. So I tried to photograph things that I don't see a lot of.
I like it.
while
Goes
I'm
back to what we
in
talked
those
about earlier.
places. Yeah.
Iceland would be definitely. It's on my bucket list. I'm definitely going to hit the Iceland one of these days.
Yeah, we're going to go back there for sure. We did the West Fjords last time, and we want to do the South and the East,
Hmm.
which is over near Vik and the old Viking ruins. We went to the tiny round island off the northwest. Yeah,
What time of the year did you go?
September.
Oh,
The month, yeah, the month of September. One of my friends who goes there a lot, who was running the artist residency I stayed at, he doesn't run it anymore because the COVID killed all of that business. But he calls it summer is like first mud and second mud, and then you have
right.
just like 12 seasons, not four. And then it started snowing the last weekend we were there, and we were actually stranded and had to extend our hotel stay for 2 nights because the airport shut down.
Oh, wild.
We got snowed, locked in.
That's wild. Well, I guess you're just a little bit further north than where most people live in Canada.
Yeah, but the people were amazing. The food is amazing. Everybody was so nice and helpful. We didn't have any problems anywhere. They're very happy to see you. They love their tourists. It was really nice time to be there.
Willie, were we not talking about Iceland a few spaces ago, and we were like talking about a Burger King there or McDonald's or something like that?
I was talking about the McDonald's in
Greenland.
um
Oh.
no at Pisa in Italy.
No, we were just
But
talking.
me and you were talking about the Northern Lights offline a couple days ago, not in the space.
Certainly.
Maybe that's what you're
No,
thinking of. We were just talking about
we
that.
talked about. I think it was Reykjavik or something. Anyways, so,
That must have been in the other space you
I
do.
thought it was, yeah, right. That's right, because I have time for that. Yeah, I thought it was Iceland, but yeah, no, Iceland is definitely somewhere I want to go. I'm whenever I hear people have gone there, I'm very excited for them, and I love to listen to it about it. It's just a cool place. It's one of those places, kind of just like Canada too. It's like, why the fuck do people live there, right? Like,
Yeah, it's cold. But my
Yeah.
banner on my Twitter banner is Iceland. It's off the Snæfellsnes peninsula. It's the one of the only lighthouses out there at the middle of a lava field. It's really cool.
and there it is. That's a lot. It's on a lava field.
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah, very, very, very volcanic.
The lava is all covered with moss, and it looks really nice and soft, and then you try to walk around on that stuff, it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's very, very sharp and dangerous.
Yeah, I've heard it's stuff that you don't want to fall down on.
No. You break something.
Get all sliced up.
Anyway, I have had so much fun here, but my voice is kind of dying, and I need some beverages, and I'm starting to get tired. I've been going since 5 o'clock this morning, so.
In the AM, I was up for 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, you're West Coast, right? So you're like Willie. Willie rolls.
Yeah, I'm 8 p.m. right now for me,
Yeah.
which is not late, but I'm getting
No,
tired.
absolutely.
I don't usually talk this much. At my job, I never have to talk to anybody. I just do paperwork. I never have to answer the phone or anything. So
Well, we're happy to put.
this is more I've talked all week.
We're happy to push you to your limits tonight, and that that was awesome. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate this. I had to ask just before.
Have I left anything out?
No, I was
that you
gonna.
need to
I was
know?
gonna say I've been dying to know about.
Let me check my notes.
I wanted to ask about your dog because I know that I probably did. Do you have a Doberman? No.
Oh no, he's a 13-year-old pit bull.
Oh,
He's
it's a
about
pit bull.
79 pounds.
Okay.
He's our. My husband used to rescue pit bulls from crack houses, and this was one of his last puppies that he saved from bait fighting dog. And he's very nervous, but he's a super love, and he's just not people or dog friendly, so we can't really take him out for walks at the dog park and stuff. And he's getting old and grumpy, and he talks a lot, but he's a wonderful creature, and we just love him to death.
That's awesome.
His name is Squiggy.
Squiggy, that's my
him, and he was the runt. Yeah, he rescued two pups, and they had to leave the mother behind because it's illegal to put them out of their misery. But he got Lenny and Squiggy, and we kept Squiggy, and he found Lenny a good home.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Squiggy. I just whenever I've only owned one dog. I have one dog that I own now. It's the first dog that I personally owned, but I've lived with roommates that always had dogs and gotten puppies, and that's what you always have to think about. It's like you got to say the name, then you have to think about yelling it out. I mean, I guess if you're not taking Squiggy to dog parks, you don't have to worry about that being around other people. But it's like you always have to think about that. You want to name your dog Wiener or something like that. You have to get well.
And those little dachshunds, they bite. I hate those things. They're like little rats.
Yeah, I've got three of them.
Yeah,
and yeah, they're not people or dog friendly.
No,
either, so
no. And I was going to say that too. There's no.
We can't take them to dog parks. No.
There's no such thing as bad dogs ever. It's just bad owners. And
Yeah, we were worried about buying our house and the insurance not letting us have our dog because some homeowners have had that problem. It's a pit bull, you can't insure it. And our insurance company said, all dogs bite, so we don't have a problem with your dog. Yeah. So that was awesome.
That's a beautiful thing to hear because that's the truth. That is 100% fact. I have a pit bull, a lady that I walk with, and she's got a pit bull, and I'll tell you, Chevy, man, you would... My sister, because she has little kids, and she was quizzing me on it, right? Well, what about this and that? And she's like, the pit bulls. And I'm like, and then the one day we were at the dog park, and Chevy was coming down the dog park, and I got down on my knees, and I turned my camera on, my video camera on my phone, and I said, Chevy, how's it going? And she just came running up, and she was all slobbering everywhere, and she jumped on me, and she's like licking me and so happy. Her whip tail was just like whipping back and forth. And then I'm like, yeah, does that look like danger to you? But but I'm sure if I laid on the floor in Willie's house, his dogs would eat me.
No.
Oh, come on.
They're fine.
I've never, ever met one that anybody said I could pet.
You just got to give them a minute. You got to give them like 5 minutes. There's a 5-minute rule. You give them 5 minutes to get used to you, and then you're fine.
Right, and then they start sniffing around your ankles, and they accidentally get kicked, and then they bite.
Yeah, especially if you smell like dog, then you're fine. Like, oh, you have dog? Oh, I like dog.
I love my dog. And then you come home, and your dog's like, "Hey,
I love dogs.
Are you with other dog? You bastard."
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say we haven't. If anybody else here that's been listening has any questions before we cut the reins loose from Juliet and allow her to go off and to consume water and stuff, you can feel free to request to come up if you got a question. If not, you don't have to.
I wanted to also let Fendel, I'm going to call you Fendi down there. I bought your little music NFT to commemorate my space here tonight. So thank you. It's a nice track. Funky.
Whoop, whoop, wop, wop. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
It's one of those corny ass.
I thought I had an applause there, but I hit the wrong button. If everybody just imagines, there was a great applause there.
I heard something about corny ass.
Yeah, that was, I don't know what sound bite that was that I hit, but we've been having. Dude, I have had technical difficulties right from the beginning today. I'm so happy that this space has gone absolutely smooth. Fendel.
Yes, thank you so much. It's an honor to talk with you guys. I really appreciate you asking me to come and be a part of this. It's awesome.
Yes.
Hi, Fendi.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Thank you so much for picking up my piece. And what a fabulous show this has been. Oh my goodness, it's just great to get to know you, Juliet, and see your amazing work. I was just Jane and I are just like looking at your work all evening and just blown away. So, wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean, I could ask you a million questions, but I know it's late for you, and you guys are kind of wrapping it up. But congratulations, and I just look forward to seeing more of your work and hearing more of your stories and you know, your travels and how it all relates. So yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I was really nervous this afternoon. I was psyching myself up. I'm like, "Oh my God, I have to talk to people." And my husband's like, "You'll be fine."
Yeah.
We try not to be scary, right?
Nothing scary here.
No, and I mean you do spaces. You're in spaces. I think you're in way tougher spaces to deal with than this one. That's for sure. You do.
I knew this would be fun. I remember you guys being fun
Yeah.
last time I talked with you. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, it's the important thing to us is I mean, people take time out of their day. We don't need you to take your time to come in here to get criticized about anything. We don't need you to come in here for us to talk about other artists. I mean, it's your floor, and that's we like to keep it comfortable like that. I'm glad I'm glad that you feel that it was still a good experience, even being on here. Woohoo! We did another one, Willie.
Well,
Yay.
and I was just saying, and don't forget, if you want to join the Women in Web 3 conversation next week, feel free, come in, and we'll pretty much add anyone in, any of the women that we know or talk to or have DM'd us, kind of thing. We'll let everybody up and just have a big open floor. So
Awesome. I will come back. I'm up for that
Woo.
for sure.
And definitely in the future, if you got anything you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. The stage is yours. If you got something you want to promote, something you just want to get off your chest, or just want to come up and say hi, you're more than welcome at any time to come up and hang in our space with us. We trust you now.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't tell you. Tomorrow for Women's Day, International Women's Day, I had a piece selected for the Crypt Gallery, the Bluebird, the old car on the at the Neon Highway, the Blue Swallow Motel. So that'll be on display tomorrow somewhere.
very cool.
Well,
Congratulations.
awesome. I'll be looking for the tweet so you can. Is that something that you've minted?
I will tweet it.
Okay.
It is,
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
It's minted on Manifold.
Oh, it's one of the manifold run. Okay. That's why I'm not seeing it. Gotcha.
I was trying to find your manifold stuff, and I don't know how to use that website.
It's hiding on my link tree on my
That's
link
where it
tree
should've gone.
thingy. Yeah, they're both on there, I think. Now that I was thinking I would open up the open edition for that one again to celebrate tomorrow it being exhibited. But you think that's a good idea? Should I do that?
Absolutely.
I'd say let her rip.
I will do that.
Do it. I just the link trees. Like I feel like such an old guy sometimes. Like I've been running this space for almost a year, and it's like link trees. Why don't I fucking always forget to look at link trees? God damn it! Look at that. There's information there. I mean, honestly, when Willie and I do,
Yeah, I see it now. The Blue Swallow Motel.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
the
found
one.
it.
Thank you.
Right there.
The link tree. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have thought of that.
Although Willie and I do pride ourselves on. I mean, it seems like a strange thing to do, but when we have somebody that's going to come on as a guest, we don't like to look super deep into them and find out every little nook and cranny because I don't know, we kind of always like the natural way of just kind of having a first time meeting one-on-one conversation. We kind of find the conversation can go better ways that way, right? Like instead of coming in here like we have prepared questions written down and we know everything about your timeline. So then when you're talking to us, it's like, yeah, we knew that. Yeah, we knew that too. So
yeah, I like the
Yeah,
unscripted, natural conversation is pretty awesome for me.
we like to just know the work too. We like to base it just on the work. That's how we try to stay pretty unbiased about everything. Also,
we're not going to judge you on what kind of waffles you like.
exactly. That's kind of how.
Yay!
Because if I understand, if I would have known that you don't like wiener dogs, We may not have had this conversation.
Yeah, we can't be friends now. I'm sorry.
So, well, our dogs can't be friends, but yeah, I got plenty of room. Bring them down here.
Awesome. Excellent.
Plenty of room in the backyard for all the dogs.
Cool. Well, wonderful. Thank you very much, Juliet, for giving us your time, your energy, sharing your stories with us, giving us a little bit of insight behind the pictures that we're looking at that are wonderful on their own, but having a little bit of background on them is just like really made it that much better. And just knowing you better as a person has been really wonderful. Appreciate your time. Again, you're welcome to come back at any time you want. For anybody listening, of course, we do stick around. If anybody wants to stick around, we'll blab about a whole bunch more stuff, sometimes up to 5 hours. You never know if it's one of those nights. But thank you, Juliet, very much for coming out.
And if you're ever driving through the Central Valley, hit me up. Let me know. Come stop by for a glass of wine.
Absolutely. I will keep that in mind for sure. And thank you so much for giving me this space. I've had a good time here tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you guys later.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank you. Oh, donkey bray.
What? What? Come on. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I really gotta reorganize the soundboard, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, you gotta screw that one up.
Oh, I liked it. Whatever, it's donkey bray. It's a happy donkey bray.
Yeah, she didn't know the reference though, but the donks did sell out. They're done.
They did.
They're nice and sold out. So
yeah, 150 donks.
Congrats to Denver Donkey on the donks there.
Denver rocked it on the donks. Absolutely. Good stuff. Well, that was an enjoyable space. That was an enjoyable guest. I like that. We haven't had, well, I guess we had Studio Brook, but I was going to say we haven't had many straight up photographers on this space. But we did have Studio Brook. I think she's only the second one, right, Juliet?
Yeah. We've there's Jen Quantum Spirit who does a little bit, but also does some other stuff. But yeah, as far as like kind of only photography, Studio Brook would probably be the only other one. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm gonna light up a joint now. Definitely.
Oh, alrighty then.
Gonna relax here a little bit. I'm probably gonna have to pour another wine, but we'll wait until after I finish the joint.
Well, alrighty then.
Good stuff.
Spindle,
good.
How you been, my man?
Oh, I'm great, man. How are you guys? That was super inspiring. Wow. I mean,
she's great, huh?
Yeah, she's just incredible. I mean, that was those shots were amazing. It was just really fun to hear the stories behind the work, you know. Yeah,
I think that
we were just really digging it all night, you know, like, and I'm sorry, like, I didn't hear the intro. Like, I was driving back from the ski hill, like, fast to get here to the Wi-Fi, like, and I was right there. And then my phone just wasn't like, there was no sound. And I was just like, what the? I really wanted to hear everything. Anyway.
That's okay.
But finally got this, you know, Twitter is just weird.
You know what? Do you want us to feel really bad for you because you were rushing back from the ski hill?
No, right? No, I wanted to be there at the beginning, yo.
On a Tuesday, you know.
I know.
Oh.
How was the snow?
It was delicious.
Was it?
Yeah, it was really good.
Well, you guys should be getting a little bit of fresh pow in the next 24, 48, no?
Yeah, I think that there's another storm coming in, and there was nobody there today, and it, you know, the BC was just insane. It was beautiful. It's like a foot of fresh out there, untouched and just cold, and nobody. I mean, we had like our crew, you know, we had like 6 people, and it was like really, it was just like an afternoon session. It was only like 1 to 3:30 or 12:30 to 3:30, you know, quick, but awesome.
I was underneath of a transport trailer at that point in time. My coveralls burning my hair. Damn.
You know, I can't complain too much. I was sitting out the baseball field watching some baseball, so
fuck.
Can't complain a whole lot.
That's good.
That sounds nice.
We were all in different places.
I mean, it's Little League, but it's a lot of walk. At least it was relaxing and not too bad.
Sounds nice to me. I don't care. I'll watch baseball.
Yeah, exactly.
Little League. I don't care.
I didn't even.
That was nice.
I just realized. I just was looking at Juliet's object here, and I got to click on something here. Looks. What does she have here? A terrible wizard approaches. Oh, she does have AI pieces. I was gonna literally say, I'm like, oh, well, you're the first artist that hasn't been using AI. Damn it! There's all these questions that pop up after. There's 3 of them here. Oh fuck! How did I miss those?
Wait, on object?
Yep. Grove Stalker and Grove Stalker the original. Man, but yeah, I was just clicking around here. I was thinking, it's the one thing about this space. I mean, Fendel, even when we talk to you about the music you create and the stuff that goes on there, like I dig it. Getting the backstage pass and hearing the story behind a photograph or a piece of music or a painting. Like I dig that. I really like that. It just brings even a piece of art that I wouldn't have given too many looks at to begin with, and then I hear a story that goes along with it that just like brings out so much more in it. I love hearing that. We're really fortunate here to be hearing those stories every week.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, I've thought about the format a lot, about this show. And, and I think, honestly, I really think a lot about Joe Rogan and, his show. Like, and just the way that he goes deep.
To Joe Rogan?
Yeah, sure. Just in the format, not like who you are or whatever. But he goes deep, deep with his guests, and the programs are long, and I don't know, I can't really think of anybody who like did that before he did, and got really famous.
So
I just don't know, like I don't know about it.
I'll admit that I know that for me it kind of comes from Ron Bennington from the Bennington Show. They do a completely separate like comedian and whatever interview that's like a full longer form kind of sit down deal. That's kind of where I probably subconsciously pulled it from. It's not like I didn't think about like, oh, let's do this, but for artists, like I didn't think about it that way. It was after several interviews and I went, so that's kind of what we're doing. So
totally. I guess I need to, I don't know that program. I should check it out.
It's the Bennington Show on Sirius. Yeah, I've been listening to them for, I don't know, close to 20 years now in some form or format or another.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I've not checked that out.
I think that's, yeah, and like Willie and I in the beginning we talked about it too. We were there was a few times where I was like, Willie, I think we should keep it to like 3 hours max. But it's like Willie's like, yeah, but if we're in deep conversation, like going 5 hours, and I'm like, no, you're right. It only hurts the next day. But
yeah, like if if it's flowing and the artist or whoever still wants to be there and still wants to talk and chat, like why cut them off? I don't have anything to do. I'm not going anywhere. Why am I gonna say no? Like, okay, you gotta go now while we can sit and bullshit by ourselves. But no, that's dumb. Make this disservice.
Yeah. Well, and I haven't really heard any other program, on Twitter Spaces that does this, that goes really deep with artists, like, and really digs deep and finds out their story and like how they got here and what makes them want to create every day and like these usually like the Twitter Spaces, everybody wants to talk or I don't know. It's just
yeah, and we've definitely heard that a couple of times, right? Like Empress Trash was one of the ones. She's like,
She's like, I don't stick around spaces. She's like, but you guys are talking to me. She's like, you don't want to talk about other artists that I've met or whatever, or why haven't I worked with so and so or whatever. She's like, you guys are talking to me, and she's like, that's why I'm sticking around. That's why I'm here. Like, you guys are, which is flattering as fuck. And what you're saying too, Fendel, like, flattering as fuck. Appreciate that very much.
Yeah, it's really inspiring for us to like keep going and keep grinding at it, because
we kind of
it feels kind of like it's grinding to a halt sometimes, and then but to hear you say that, it's like, yeah, I think we are on something.
Keep it going. And
you guys definitely are. You've got a great thing going, and I mean, I have a million suggestions.
Feel free to retweet the space after too, and say, hey, put that out there to the rest of the world. a little promotion never hurt anybody.
Absolutely, I really feel like that the Tezos music group, really needs to come in here and check you guys out. So I'm gonna get on those guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we gotta get some more Tezos music people on here.
I actually was gonna ask. I should message Hash Brown. Hash Brown might come on. We should have Hash Brown on.
Oh yeah,
right.
He is. Oh yeah, that guy is an incredible musician, producer. I mean, wow. Plus he's got it. I mean, I won't ruin it, but he lives in the Santa Cruz Mountains off grid. So I mean, he's got some cool.
I know.
Cool stories.
I know. I was actually back and forth because one day when y'all got big snow out there in California, he was talking about, I had to wipe the snow off of my solar panels, and I just laughed. And I'm like, oh yeah.
Because he's actually off grid, like full off grid. So
yeah, he is full off grid. Like he has to go into town to get water and stuff.
In California.
In Santa Cruz Mountains, I think it's like up Highway 9. I want to say.
I'm just thinking Santa Cruz, California. I don't know where.
It's it's close to Santa Cruz. It's like probably 30. It's like 30 miles. He lives like probably 30 or 40 miles east. In the mountains above Santa Cruz.
See, something else that a lot of other places don't do is geography and weather every week. So
we do that here. Absolutely,
yeah. yeah, we got that covered.
But not financial advice.
Yeah, it's I believe it's actually technically illegal to live off grid in California.
No way! Come on.
Yeah. I mean, like unless you're homeless, but then that's like different, right? But like to actually live in a structure with solar like that kind of thing, it's actually technically illegal, I think.
I did not know that. But wait, weren't we just talking about
Well, it's California, man. They got to get their money from everybody somehow.
Well, Slab City, so everybody in Slab.
Right. That's what I was going to say, Slab City.
I don't know, dude.
I
think
don't know.
I'm going to throw out that, in America, land of the preppers, there has to be thousands of people that live like that. Millions.
Yeah, America, but California is like you're definitely skirting some laws because PG&E needs their $10 a month, whether
Interesting.
you want to give it to them or not, kind of thing. But like I said, it has to do with it being whether it's technically classified as a residence or a tent city is different kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Jesus Christ, Willie.
So, but yeah,
bringing me down here, man.
Garbage. I know, man. I hate California too, man.
What?
Sorry, I hate the politics of California. I love the geography and most of the weather.
Fucking wild. Who would have known?
Yeah. It's nuts.
It's very educated. Once again, that just brings us full circle right to what Willie just said there a few minutes ago. But man, that's another thing about this space. We learn about stuff by not just, having questions written down. We learn about California and living there as a free spirit up in the mountains, you might be doing something wrong. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I don't know. He may live on like private land or something. But it is definitely off grid. Like I'm always like, how do you even mint NFTs?
Throw another log on the fire. We gotta mint an NFT.
As long as you got a cell phone signal, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, for sure.
Cell phone signal, some power.
Blockchung's got
all you need.
Blockchung's got some input on this.
I just blame the gold and all the miners who stayed in California, who sold out Colorado. I don't know, like Texas is all pissed off because Colorado used to belong to Texas, and California sold a bunch of gold, right, to the rest of the nation to become a state. So that's why everybody's like, man, is California worth it, right? But because it's the West Coast and there's no wars ever fought on that state, right? We have a lot more displacement.
Then have we take over Mexico?
Well, no, it's like displacement, right? It's like
I think we just took it.
Well, no,
we didn't actually fight a war.
No, we snuck up on some people, right? And we were just like, yeah, that's how it go. Made them sign a contract, right? It's like commandeering like Bitcoin and being like, this is ours now, No, but for real, like, there was no wars fought on the West Coast.
Okay. I'm with you.
So
I don't know what that has to do with today's politics.
Well, because it's called like displacement and like because we would say like really like your behavior is really the status of your house. You're right. Like that's not really how we do things in America and contracts. What we really do is we take losses and we take numbers and we pit each other up in order for us to be competitive. When we import more products and services, and we take homesteading, right? Homesteading was like a badass thing back in the day in the 70s or 80s. You're able to build a home from scratch if you found some land. So in Alaska was one of the last places of the American spirit that you can go and build a house, right? Now the last, like our generation, right? We don't know anything about homesteading. All we know is about exactly what you're saying, right? Like the politics of why it got here or why it didn't got here. Now, man, like off the grid, to the grid, I don't know, right? Like having resourcing is the reason why we were displaced in the first place. And that's all I have to say.
That's all you have to say. Shit, I was like, man, Blockchung just came up here and said some shit.
Yeah, I'm just trying to digest it. I'm not trying to be silent for.
Yeah, no, I was thinking.
I'm just trying to digest it all.
So right, like so basically, the man's outlawing being able to live without paying somebody or being accountable to someone.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely,
like, dude.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Like I said, they got to get their money.
I guess it could be. I guess it could be illegal. I would love to live off grid, man. I have my cabin where we do a pretty good mock-up of living off grid, and it's cool. I really enjoy it. Like going to the spring to get my water, pumping it from the lake in the summertime for washing. Fuck yeah. Solar power.
Did you hear about the tap water in Florida with the brain disease thing?
What?
Oh, don't tell me now.
Yeah, in Florida, some dude had some brain-eating bacteria that he got from like his tap water.
Okay, but here's the thing: was he using like a neti pot or something? Because I heard about this up in Washington too a couple years ago. So was he just drinking it, or was he using like a neti pot or something? Like
I don't know that part, right? That's interesting too. Like the extension of the pipes. That's so scary. Like water, right? In this modern times, I guess that's fucking weird.
I was gonna say, I'm probably sure in some parts of the States, but I know like up here in Canada, a lot of our indigenous people deal with that every day, where their water, they have no good, clean drinking water. And that,
well,
but yes,
the thing about it
in modern cities, though, yeah, I guess that would be something that shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think the thing about water these days is just that we know so much about it, right? Like we know how important it is, obviously, but we know even more now than say they did 50 years ago how important water is to our health and the things that are carried along in water. So it's not that it's not that it's more important than it was 10, 20, 50 years ago. It's just that we know more about it.
Very true. Very true.
We know who's treating it, who's not treating it. We have all this data on it, on water, that we didn't have many years ago. So when something comes up and they start to relate it to water, it's like, oh, okay, well,
we just learned something new.
This is just something that wouldn't have been a problem 20 years ago because we didn't know how to test for it 20
right.
years ago, was all kind of thing, right?
It's
kind of like
so
like a murderer could get away with a murder 30 years ago because they didn't have DNA testing, right?
Hey, man.
Which they can still get caught for it now because we now have DNA testing.
Remember,
so
smoking.
We can actually link things back.
Smoking used to be good for you, man. Doctors used to
encourage
it.
9 out of 10 doctors approve.
Yeah, man. 100%. I love that. Though. Well, it used to be okay when we didn't know about it. Leaded gas was a good idea. No seat.
What's wrong with leaded gas?
No seatbelts.
That's a bad idea? Nah.
Now, we used to think that tomatoes were poisonous, right? Until, I don't know, it was kind of weird.
That's a new one. I haven't heard about that one.
Everybody used to think that Canadians lived in igloos, and actually, I think a lot of people still do.
Wait, you don't? I thought you still
Well,
did.
I do, but
Oh, okay.
So, interesting story about that little. My mother ran a Airbnb for like 20 something years, and this one time I can't remember where they were from. I'm trying to think. No, I don't remember where. Anyways, these Americans came up and they were staying at the Airbnb, and they were there for a couple days before they were going on their travels. And the one morning at the breakfast table, they were talking back and forth, and the wife was like, "Well, maybe go look at a couple more stores." And blah blah. He's like, "I've been everywhere. I can't find anything." And my mom asked them, said, "Sorry to overhear and listen in on the conversation, but like, can I help you with something? Can I help you find something?" And they're like, "Well, we're trying to find snow tire or snow chains for your tires." And my mom's like, "What?" She's like, "Well, yeah, we're going to Banff, which is the national park up in the Rockies here." She's like, "We're going to Banff, and we got to be prepared for this. Like, we've got all this winter gear and everything like that. We got to be prepared." My mom was like just shaking her head. They had all this like winter clothing and everything that they had brought with them, and they figured that at some point in time when they drove north in Canada, eventually it was just there'd be like a wall and there'd be snow, and they needed snow chains, and like even as she was hearing this story, like face to face with these people, she's like, "I can't believe I'm actually hearing this in this modern day, that people still think that's the way it is up here." But we've also proven on this space that, I mean, Americans don't learn about Canada like Canada learns about America.
Yeah, 100%.
That is for sure.
I mean, Fendel, you get it, right? Because you basically live in Canada, Christ. You're like right here.
Well, I'm actually closer to Canada than I am to Portland, Oregon. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Geographically.
Yeah. yeah, no, for sure.
And I think a lot has to do with it. If you visit someplace, you kind of get it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I've been to Vancouver a million times, and Victoria and Banff, and all these places, and yeah, I mean, it's just cool. Like, you really have a much better idea, at least.
I know traveling is the best thing for anybody, right? Like, even I mean, I know not everybody's like that. It's funny stories to tell, but like, traveling is the best thing we can fucking do, man. you can't really complain about. I firmly believe you can't really complain about where you live until you go and experience something in the outside world, right? It's easy to criticize when you live in a small town somewhere all your life. Like, it's easy to criticize things around there,
and you stay in your bubble.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, but sometimes people need to put it into perspective. Really go on journeys and learn. You got to learn about the world. I respect people that travel lots. Fuck.
And even like talking to Blind Chronicles last week, who doesn't do him a lot of goodness to travel because of his disability. Like, he still gets out there and he cruises through freaking Google Earth, and kind of like tries to learn about the travels that way digitally.
I know.
That was really inspiring. I told my uncle about that. I was like, check this out.
Yeah. I shared his stuff with my mom. I was like, Mom, like, this guy like uses Google Earth, travels places in Google Earth, and when he finds something he likes, he fucking paints it. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
And like, I will say too, like, Bith, you live in one of the most beautiful places in the whole world. Like, Jane and I were just talking today. I was like, Jane, we got to go back to Mount Robson. That place. I've hiked so many miles, and that place is just one of the most breathtaking places on earth. I have to go. I have to go back there.
For sure. It's like, I think I've told the story on this space before. I had a muse many years ago. Hey, Willie, you see that? I use Muse. It's not X's anymore.
Yeah, nice.
So I had a Muse years ago, and she just wanted to travel. Like, she's like, well, we got to go to Europe, and we got to go do this. We got to do that. I'm like, what? I'm like, no. I was kind of thinking we'd start off with, like, heading up towards the Yukon or something like that, and do this, and I'm gonna go to these hot springs. And she hated the idea, and I'm like, well, like, where have you gone in your own backyard? And she had gone nowhere. She had basically lived in this city all of her life, traveled within like 3 hours to 8 hours of this city, and that's it. And never really gone, but only to go visit relatives in other cities or towns, right? And I'm like, man, like, people save all their lives to come and see stuff that we can go to that's within an hour's distance of us. So why wouldn't you want to go explore what these people are saving all their lives to come and see? Like, doesn't that make any, like, it was funny. And she never got it. It never worked out, obviously, for us, because she's not here now. But yeah, like, that's
yeah, it's like,
I know where I live.
I'm so close to LA. Yeah, in the same way. Like, I'm so close to LA, right? And everyone's like, I fucking hate LA. I fucking hate LA. And I'm like, I love LA. Like, there's so much about LA I don't know about. Like, it's so
I love it there too. I kind of grew up down there a little bit. My mom is from there, so my grandfolks lived there. So I used to go twice a year, and like, I had my little group of friends, and I still love it down
because
there.
I mean, when you kind of say LA, it's really generalized.
They
were top of the valley to Orange County, so
yeah, they're in the valley.
Yeah,
like Hiawatha. My sister lives down there now. My sister is, where does she live? Pico and Robertson, kind of West Hollywood, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, it's so big. There's so much down there that it's like
so much culture. It's just it's never ending. Like, but you have to know where to look. That's the thing. Like, LA is amazing, but you have to like know what to do there. Otherwise, it's just like, it's so big, it's so sprawling, and like there's just so much advertising like in your face, and like it's just like, a lot of like, on the trying to get places is just, kind of intense, but like, my
Yeah, I mean,
goodness, I love it though.
Seattle was, had a similar vibe when I was, when we visited there. As far as like, you kind of got to know where to go and what to do. Um, it's not just you can't just really wander without knowing a little bit, right?
Yeah, and this place is confusing as hell because there's water everywhere.
And the highways, like I would want to exit, and then it would just take me around somewhere, and the exits don't make sense in Seattle.
They do not. I totally agree with you. And they have like things that will say like it will say a direction, but then you'll on the sign, and then you'll be going the exact opposite direction on the road, and you're like, wait, what?
See, I didn't. We flew up there and just kind of stayed somewhat downtown, I guess. So we didn't drive. Um,
Oh,
yeah.
downtown's a vibe. I used to work at the Fun House, or the Corazon, and off of Denny Way. As a, I don't know, I picked up some gig as like a not bodyguard. I don't know what the fuck you want to call it, like a security person to check IDs and stuff.
Like a bouncer.
Yeah, sort of, right? Like I don't have to like beat people up. It was just more like I just had to be there so that way there's bodies in the place, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's
bouncer.
yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Service, right? Like event service person.
Just a body. We gotta spend money. Let's get a body in there.
Yeah, like because I couldn't get into like even if I were to be like, oh, this is an issue, I couldn't do anything, right? So they were just like, you're just a body here. I'm like, cool.
All right.
But it was a fun time, fun times.
Hey, I was just gonna ask you. I was looking at this fine piece of pizza that you have here, block chunk at the top of your profile. Like that's a good looking piece of pizza there. That is that Delicio? That's definitely home.
Oh, you know what? I really don't know. I have a whole collection of of isolated lost foods, right? Pizza is one of them. I don't know, like pop culture, pizza is really interesting, you know.
For sure. I'm looking at it. I'm hungry, but I'm also like looking deep into it, trying to analyze what kind of pizza it was, whether it was, cooked at 450 or whether it was cooked at 350 for a longer period. I don't know. At the top of you got a pinned tweet at the top here. Are you really good? Do you really have a body of work you're going to introduce, or are you just like?
Oh, I do have about. I have the man. I have like three or four or five. It's a lot. It's so much. But luckily with AI, I'm able to organize it a little bit. I asked ChatGPT to kind of go through like my old blogs and kind of like give a synopsis on it, and then give me a couple assignments. So it gave me a couple of art subjects to kind of like work through. Um, so one body of art was a bunch of like dark surreal writing, creative writing. The second one is a collection of images, kind of like the pizza above, right? Of in Instagram. So analyzed all that, and then it analyzed my my Twitter, right? Which is kind of funny. So to AI, it thought it was three different people, and I was like, nah, this is one person, and it was like, oh, cool. And then I kind of like ask it like, what the fuck do I do with life now as an artist, right? And they were like, well, you have these options, and it listed me like some ways to just kind of like live an artist life, right? Like how to share work, how to um, I can share stuff to museums, but it was more importantly like which museums, right? That would probably would like my body of work, as opposed to just always trying to climb that ladder of curation, I guess. So I thought it would be really interesting to see like, oh man, like if I were to do a group photo of all the foods like pizza, smashed tomatoes, cereal, crushed up candy, on the ground, what platform would that be? But I'm currently working with AI, and I want to do a body of work with just straight like the straight AI, and then I want to do one with with coding. And so like I have all these coding stuff, right? That I would like to do as a generative thing. So I thought like FX hash would be kind of cool. But now, like, there's more projects that are happening, and I have these bodies of work. I just kind of like have to like, oh, like the packaging ordeal. Just like you have to buy your boxes and package everything. Doing it digitally after just like just manically creating is really interesting. So I have to like group together maybe like 400 or 500 photos and maybe try to pick maybe like like maybe 3 or 4 of them and really like give it a story behind and stuff.
So why no Tezos in your poll there?
I do have Tezos. FX
That's my
hash.
question.
Yeah, FX hash is Tezos.
Yeah, I guess so, but that's
Yeah, Willie.
that's I always think of FX hash a little different.
Oh, but I have a body of work with like already with Tia with object and stuff like that. I'm working. I don't know. I work with collaborating with another person, so we do stuff through Manifold and we drop stuff through object and stuff like that.
See, bitch, this time I was looking for the link tree. He ain't got the link tree, man.
Nope, Block Chung don't. You got some pizza up there though.
It's scarcity, like that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Now I'll post up some stuff in the links over here down below, and I'll reblog it or something. But yeah, I thanks y'all for asking all these questions. I appreciate it.
Well, we're looking for new artists to like have on for a long term, for a longer
Yeah.
space. So we gotta dig into your stuff a little deeper.
And you've popped in here a couple times. Like, well, your face. You've definitely been in here quite a few times. But you've chatted with us a couple times, and you're interesting man. I was really happy. I asked about the pizza, and then went from there.
Oh no, my partner, we take the same pictures, right? Because it's kind of fun when you see like as a photographer or whatever you want to see, whatever you want to call yourself using a camera, right? Whenever you see something, a subject, and you get really really excited, it's a cool feeling. So me and her, we've been kind of like doing this thing where we see like trash or just straight junk on the ground, and we just try to like like really embrace the whole like concept of what it is to embrace the subject, and so she recently just got hired at like a fine at a fine dining, like a 4 or 5 star fine dining, due to having one of the pictures like the pizza above, right? But she had it like a watermark underneath her resume. So the manager saw that and like offered her a job on the spot, and then talked to her
What?
about, yeah, talk to her maybe able to work on their waste management part, right? Sustainability and stuff. So um, the pizza is kind of like the representation that we are fighting for culinary stuff, right? But it's not like the good side of it. We're trying to fight like for the good, but we have
You're
to
you're
the
you're
bad shit.
fading out, but
Yeah, we want to do food into NFTs at some point, but at the moment we have like another body of work to develop out. Can you hear me? I'm running through my
yeah,
Yep,
house.
no, you're good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You just faded for a second there.
Man, I can't wait to check your workout, man. Seriously, that sounds incredible. And
Um,
and will you tell us about your partner and who that is?
her name is Eth My Groceries. Um, she's been my confidant, as in maybe like an apprentice, right? Where she observes how I observe things and how I interpret things, right? Now, she has full ability to interpret things for herself, but she elected this role because, um, yeah, there she is. She's like Peach on the ground right there, right? There she is. She's in the room right
Yeah,
now.
right on.
she just now popped in.
She's
Then
down
yeah.
there. Hello.
Yeah. Now we've been in NFT spaces for like the last 2 or 3 years, but we've been doing this as a philosophy, as more so trying to raise funds and do like I don't know like social programs because we really thought that food like what we're going through, what we're witnessing is like there's a lot of food grief, right? Like I don't know, people get frustrated about food, emotional about food, and so what I'm one like through my body of work, I realized like there's more deeper stuff, and that's when I realized like oh crap, I have to be a little bit more accountable and responsible for what I'm displaying. So because of I guess that boundary that I set on myself, that container, I was able to I don't know, I was able to can a bunch of this stuff, right? Like literally like just collect it. So whenever like we're talking about like the body of work, which I'm really like am very intrigued about because in NFT spaces, right? Like we recognize each other through PFPs and through other stuff, but I'm assuming that in this like a year from now, like if I talk to each and individually like one of y'all like independently, I think I would ask you guys like the same questions I would ask like myself, which is like like what have you been up to? What have you been creating? And then like through that creation, have you expanded on different channels to keep expressing yourselves and treat like I don't know like reaching your goals and stuff. So at the moment, right? Um, like I feel like that I'm not serving like just my purpose anymore. Like I'm letting my art live a little bit and trying to I don't know, like just really like a Gonzo style, like follow it and just really like um document it a little bit, right? So it has a little bit of history, but at the same time, like let it live so it has a little bit of life so it can change and do all kinds of stuff. So that's the food stuff that she's and I working on.
Well, I dig it. Okay,
Dude, totally
so
dig it.
yeah, we want to have you both back on, or you know, if she doesn't want to come on, just you, and like let's really get into it and you know take our time with it, just because it's so late, you know, in the space already today.
Definitely want to talk to you.
So
Layman's terms, we definitely would like to have you
Oh
on as
no,
a guest.
you know what I'll do is no pun intended to make things digestible, right? Like I'll DM y'all a little bit, and so that way y'all can have some backstories to link stuff up and see what's up, and then and I really don't know what my direction is, right? Like I just love creating at the moment, you know.
well,
So
you
yeah.
you know us. We don't really want to see much of your backstory in the DMs. Like you know, if you want to write it out and then just give that to us on like in the space, that'd be perfect or whatever. You know, however that works for you. You know, we don't like to hear too much.
Yeah, so
You know, we want to know a little bit, and we don't want to know about the art, but we don't want to hear too much about the whole project or all that ahead of time. So,
mentioned ANTN and all their work for a little bit. So thank you.
but was that you broke up on that last part?
Was the earlier guest ANTN?
No, that was we were, you know, we always kind of start the space off with if we some mention some pieces we pick up over the last week. That was a couple pieces I picked up over the last week. He's the guest artist for the Wagme Wines drop for this next drop. The artist we had on tonight was Juliet Haas. So yeah,
Dude,
but yeah, we definitely like to really dig deep into that, into what you got going on.
yeah, man. If you could come on and be our guest one night, I think that we would love that. If you have the time for that, 100%.
Um, so I've got to kind of shift gears here a little bit. I pinned up at the top. Um, I've won another giveaway that's still going on. The giveaway's still going on, so you guys can enter it, but I've already won. And I just don't know what to do at this point. It's just too damn funny. Uh, but anyways, it was what I was talking about earlier. with Innovative and Balls of Ghost and Tezos Miami down there. I guess we're going by Magic City now. So if either of you guys want to come up and please explain to me why I keep winning giveaways that have already that haven't started yet. Go ahead, feel free to come on up. But yeah, I thought that was funny. This is, I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm just my notifications keep going off at the top, and I'm like, what the fuck is what the? And then I check my object. I'm like, you guys keep sending me more. Like, all right, well, we'll get those two other wallets somehow. Not sure how right now, but figure something out. We'll get those redistributed. It's just so goddamn funny. So,
are you winning your own giveaways before they happen? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This is genius.
I'm not doing the giveaway. Innovative and Magic City, aka Tezos Miami, are doing the giveaway, but I've won them before the giveaway starts. So
this is
a good sign.
Yeah, Willie. That's why I say you just take it now, man. You suck on threes wheels, but you're gonna shine here with the winning giveaways before they even happen.
Winning giveaways that haven't happened yet. Yeah, I love it. It's like being an Australian, maybe, like living in the future, right?
Paul,
yeah.
Paul,
you can. Now. I mean, you can claim that you win shit before it even happens. That's badass, bro.
Right? I hadn't thought about that way yet. Yeah,
with that being said, Willie, you better take me to some fancy places next time we're in Miami, man. You better win some good shit.
I was trying to say, didn't I? But no, I didn't take shit in Miami. Couple Ubers. Lives.
Yeah, Ubers. Lots of Ubers. Holy fuck, we spent like, well, what did I say? We spent like $1,000 in Ubers between myself and you. Should have been about $1,000.
Yeah, about right.
That was a lot
cheaper than a Dewey.
Oh yeah, no.
Could have rented a car.
No, but you got to drive then. We were drinking everywhere we went.
Yeah, so
was
cheaper
this,
than a DUI.
Miami?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much better not to drive in Miami. A scooter, like just rent a scooter or something, you know. So yeah.
Well, they don't have, like you're talking about the electric scooters. They don't have those there anymore.
What? No more gas, like moped rentals and stuff?
Oh, they had the moped rental, but you can still get a DUI on one of those, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you can still get a DUI on one of those.
We were drinking. That was the thing.
Yeah. We were drinking and
I went into Willie
and just hammer the whole time.
I woke up one day and I walked over to Willie's hotel, and I walked in and I looked at him in the AR department and I said, "You guys got a beer? I need a beer." Like fucking, I was drinking before I even had breakfast half the time there.
Thankfully, I had bought a box full of Trulies.
That's right. Yeah.
God, I would have to drink in order to pay those prices for breakfasts.
It's nuts. Well, we realized the very first night that we were there, the group of us, the Wagme Wine group of us, went out for like a bite to eat, and then we discovered that 20% or 22% that like all the places there automatically add on.
Yeah, the cheapest I saw was 18%.
Was it
automatically every single?
Well, and
the cheapest was 18.
And Butternut paid that.
Well, and you can decline that.
Yeah,
but
Butternut paid. Remember that first night we were there? He just paid the tab, and it was huge. Like it was a few $100. And
well, it was like 12 of us.
Yeah, well, it was $7.50. I think it was actually. Now that I think about it. And then he tipped very well, but he didn't realize that gratuity was on there on top of that, and it was like disgusting after that.
Yeah, so he probably added in his tip from the final number, which already included a tip.
Yeah. It was bad.
Yeah, he was kind of disgusted about it afterwards when he realized what had happened. He's like, "What the fuck?" Like, oh shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bro.
Check it out, you guys. Next year, I want to be your personal chauffeur in Miami. I'm driving.
Well,
I'll do it for $800.
Now, does that 800 include? Does that mean you're renting the vehicle as well?
Yeah. I'll get the vehicle, have the booze.
Can we go? Can we go to Key West as well and just come back? Like have lunch there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, hey, if I'm hiring the driver, then take me wherever I want to go.
I was gonna say though, didn't we figure that? I thought we figured out that we need to be on one of those islands and we need to have boats.
Yeah, I think that's a little more logistically harder to figure out.
Well, for Christ's sakes, if you're going to be realistic about it, then fine, Fendel can drive.
I mean, yeah, I'm being realistic about. Yeah, all right, Fendel, you can drive.
Well, but that was
fabulous, man. This is gonna work out, Jane. It's gonna work out.
I was gonna say.
I mean, I'm not paying your flight and airfare and all that though.
I'll get myself there. It's okay.
I was gonna.
I mean, you could probably get yourself there for that $800.
I was gonna say though, the problem is you can't park anywhere there.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
You can't fucking park it because remember even that night when Corin and his girlfriend, we drove all the way to that event, and then they just had to dump me and Butternut out because there was nowhere they could park. They just couldn't park anywhere, fucking for miles around. It was stupid. That's where at least Uber's right. You tuck and roll.
Or the duck tour.
What's the duck tour?
They got a duck boat tour in Miami?
They do that there?
I imagine they do it everywhere that's around water, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we should go on that next time. That'd be fucking dope.
No, what I want to do is a fan boat tour.
Yeah.
Out in the Everglades.
I agree.
That's so dope. Yes.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
I'm in for that too. We gotta get boats. We need to figure this out.
I mean, ideally, if we're gonna do something, a helicopter is probably the best bet.
We can do it all, right? Like fly in on a private jet, get the helicopters to get to the boats, right? But the boats are in international waters, I guess. And then we slowly just go into the city from the boats, James Bond style.
And then
I don't know what kind of alpha groups you guys are in, but you need to let me in.
And then we have the scooters once the boats get in, right? Then we have the little scooters and the little ramp comes out. We fly off into Miami to our events. Okay, and break everybody. Let's make this happen.
Hell stinking yeah.
So, my mom is coming to Miami next year.
Excellent.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a blast. She was so sold because I told her, I said, yeah, I got these passes like the catamaran, but nobody's going, so they're all not getting used or whatever. And she's like, well, we'll fly to Miami. I was like, what? She's like, yeah, no, I'll go. She's like, you know where we got to go. You know the parties. She's like, I'm just going to follow you, and this will be good. I'm like, okay. So, Mom's coming next year. It's going to be fun, people.
James Bond style. Private jets, helicopter, to the boat, to the city, to the scooters.
Internet.
I'll get the car, private car. We'll sort out where to park the damn thing.
We'll be yelling at Fendel.
If we could just load the golf cart in something else, and we could park the car a couple miles away, take the golf cart to the actual spot. I mean, we could do it kind of James Bond style that way.
Yeah, it's got to be legal to some degree to drive golf carts there because there was golf carts driving everywhere in Miami.
Oh yeah, they don't have a lot of vehicle laws in Florida. They don't give a shit.
No?
Yeah, you can drive golf carts all you want over there. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
I will drive a golf cart anywhere. Seriously, in Miami, that would be a gas. Yes, driving you. You got to bring that thing. I've got a 1,000-watt speaker we could put on the back of it.
Well, when we did the golf cart tour with Chavevo, we thought we were going to drive the golf cart. We thought we were all going to load up in separate golf carts that we drive around.
It was disappointing.
I don't know why we thought that.
It was disappointing, but it was also probably for the better that we didn't.
Oh, it was definitely for the better, yeah.
That was a good day, hey? What's in the red cups? That's what he said when he pulled up. What's in the cups? And we were like, water. And he's like, as long as it looks like water, that's all I care about. Those good times. I think we need to. Yeah, I know. Never mind. I was gonna say we need to plan like a winter session somewhere, but it's like, kind of in the wintertime is when I want to go to the heat, so it's kind of a hard thing for me to say. Let me go fly somewhere to be in the winter again.
Yeah,
like I'd love to go snowboarding in Denver, but like seriously, I'm not going to pay to fly there, to leave winter here, to fly there to just be in the same shit.
No, we should just all come up there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Anytime you got.
Absolutely.
What is up there? Canada?
Yeah.
Well, somewhere between Bits and Findle.
I got you.
Seattle and Canada.
I have I before I moved, I was in Texas, and then I moved to Seattle, and I had some cousins in up in the islands and stuff, so it was pretty cool. And now I'm in between Seattle and San Francisco.
So was that like Portland?
Yeah.
Reading?
Not Portland.
Reading?
No, just Portland. Just straight Portland. Straight
Portland, yeah. Willie. Portland, damn it.
Oh, I was there yesterday.
All you West Coast.
No, but how was snow in LA? Was that fun?
So I'm not in LA. I'm like 2 hours north of LA. And it snowed. So where I'm at, it did snow, but it was like just super wet and didn't stick, kind of thing. But I'm in the valley. I'm in the fucking desert, dude. It's 120 here in the summer. Like it snowed. This is the third time it snowed in my lifetime here. So give you a little idea.
Fuck.
But I imagine LA, like all the stuff in LA, because it snowed to like a lot of the beaches all up and down California. A lot of the beaches got snow on them. I imagine it didn't last more than an hour, and it wasn't any depth that you could do much with. So, but the mountains are getting hammered, so that's good for the droughts.
Yeah, that shit.
It is really good for California. Seriously.
They need.
Yeah, it's almost too good. Like a lot of places are kind of starting to become where like there's supposed to be another storm coming through. I mean, you guys will probably see it too next couple of days, right?
Yeah, it's coming. I think it's coming.
If it hammers,
here, I think.
Yeah, you might be right. So if it hammers some of the mountains, like we're looking at people who haven't been able to leave their houses in a week because they can't get plows in the areas. So it's almost too much.
Yeah.
Getting towards state
well,
of
it gets
emergency.
to that point because you all don't have the infrastructure to deal with that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Not prepared for it, and there's no place to put it.
Yeah,
like it's too much snow. There's nowhere to even put it. So
like put the snow. There's nowhere to. Man, I never thought about that. Let me just. I'm gonna take a moment and think about that for a second.
I never did till this year either. But yeah, when you clear the roads and it's it stays where it's gonna hold and it's not gonna melt, you got to have somewhere to put it. You got to have fields or something to load it into, just like you would trash.
Yep.
Right. And like, so a lot of people, when we were up there, when we were up in Mammoth a couple weeks ago or a month ago, whatever it was, um, they were all bit. They're like, yeah, I mean, like we're leaving it on the roof. Like, not, you know, it's so much weight on the roof right now that we should be taking it off so that the roofs don't cave in. But if I take it off the roof, then what the fuck do I do with it? Like, there's nowhere to put it, so I'll leave it on the roof for now. Hopefully, get a little break, get a little bit of it to melt, come down. But yeah, without it melting.
See, that sounds like a Canadian problem, is what that sounds like.
Absolutely, and you know that's just you know people are not they're not like prepared for they're not prepared for any of that.
Well,
you know,
really, you don't have to be. They don't have to be. That's for sure. That's a fucking odd thing to happen.
I mean, yeah, these are definitely like 30, 40-year storms. You know, not quite 100-year storms, but you know, they're definitely not our everyday storms or everyday systems. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I mean, they you know, like some of those big machines can pile the snow up, you know, and make these huge walls, you know, of snow that stack, you know. I mean, you know bits. You've seen the craziest stuff like that.
Yeah, but most of the stuff down here, like, you know, they're just trying to find bulldozers and get it moved anywhere they can.
Yeah, so an interesting thing that I saw for the first time, probably about 10 years ago up here, is that malls, they developed these machines that had burners in them. So at these mall parking lots, they were like taking the snow when the snow got really bad, and they would like fire up these burners, and they would just take the tractors and like dump these piles of snow into these burners and melt the snow into steam. It was like a blatant use of just like burning fuel, right? Like to do things. But that's what they had. And I was like, I literally drove off the highway one night, like turned off and went into the mall to see what the fuck was going on, because I had to figure out what the hell was going on. And that's what they were doing. They were taking the snow and just turning it into steam to get rid of it in these machines. And I was like, wow, like how much propane does that fucking take?
Well, I mean, and how long ago are we talking? Like, are we talking like the 80s?
No, this was this was like 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Oh, definitely not acceptable to still be doing that kind of stuff.
Well, that's why I kind of, even at that time, I wondered, like, it had to be somewhat efficient in some way, shape, or form, or whatever. But yeah, you know, you're right. In this modern day, at this point in time, with how much fuel there's, no, you're definitely not doing it. True that.
They used to load up the trains, right, the carts with snow from Chicago and like Buffalo, and ship them out to California and Florida.
They used to do that with ice. I know that's how they used to run produce and stuff like that around the country on trains. Is they would take ice from the Great Lakes. So they would cut out ice from the Great Lakes.
No, man.
Oh no! This is from the snowstorms, from like the big snowstorms, because they couldn't plow the streets, so they just had to like ship the snow out with the coal and everything. And like it's crazy. Like it's kind of crazy how we regulate things, I guess.
So I mean, we were talking about the Salton Sea earlier, right? And that kind of leads that kind of relates here with like basically in Colorado, you cannot collect rainwater off of your roof. You cannot collect runoff water off your roof. Basically,
you
because
cannot do that here either.
Because
illegal.
It's all sold to LA.
What the
It's already
fuck?
sold to LA, to which basically runs down basically almost to the Salton Sea. You know, it gathers up. So what happens is there's a bunch of farmland north of the Salton Sea, right? And all the water from the Colorado and all this gets irrigated and is already sold to that area. The reason the Salton Sea is dead and abandoned for the most part. This is just kind of my synopsis, right? Um, is because the nitrates and things like that that run off from those farmlands into the Salton Sea killed all the fish, wildlife, everything else around it. So, because the water was not swimmable, drinkable, or livable by wildlife after it got into the Salton Sea, that basically killed the entire community around it. Which, like I said, so that's all
I
because
saw a
of
documentary about Salton Sea recently, and the diversity of the wildlife before all of this, was absolutely incredible. And the place is it's such a unique place. Yeah, I mean, like,
was it the one I saw with John Waters?
I don't think so. No, this was just. I think I saw like a couple. I think I saw something on YouTube, maybe actually, and they were talking about these scientists who were down there and that were measuring, like different bird species and returning and stuff.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is coming, or not a lot of it, but they're doing whatever they can to try to bring some of that back, bring the wildlife back. But basically, from what I've seen recently, is like the communities around the Salton Sea, they kind of don't want to come back, because they want to basically turn any wildlife that does come back into a wildlife refuge, like a protected lands kind of thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the places
and the locals don't want, the people that live there already don't want that, because then it becomes a big fuckery for them. Is that what you're saying, Willie?
Well, nobody really lives there. Other
Sorry.
than like Slab City,
I missed
which
that. Okay.
No.
All right, gotcha.
So there was this huge, like, in, I don't know what it was, 50s or 60s. They kind of built this huge master plan community around the entire sea, right? Lake. But it only got built like 10% of it before they realized what was happening to the Salton Sea itself, and all the wildlife was dying and all that. And then that got completely abandoned. And now they kind of want to leave that abandoned. Like, so there's like nobody there. Like, it's not abandoned to where there's still infrastructure, you can still live there. Like, no, it's like completely abandoned. Ghost town. There's no pumps, there's no water, there's no nothing. And they kind of want to leave it that way, I think, and turn the whole area into wildlife refuge.
Perfect.
Almost like sinking a ship to create a reef, if you will.
Yeah. Giver. Sounds like it's suited for that anyways, I guess.
It's a really interesting area. I would really love to check it out sometime. I could see it from the PCT, 10 years ago when I was hiking. It was off in the distance, but it just looks amazing.
Oh, I like that, how you Pacific Coast Trail, you like PCT. That's like probably only the people that hike the PCT give it the old PCT.
I liked that I knew it from talking to Findle so many times.
Yeah. No,
it took me a second, but I was like, okay, I know what he's talking about.
No, I knew right away. I was like, yeah, no, like only people that have hiked the PCT can say that. Otherwise, all of us non-trail folk be like Pacific Coast Trail.
Yeah.
That's Crest.
What's that?
That's the Pacific Crest Trail. Because it runs the crest of the Cascades. Oh,
sorry.
No, that's cool. Totally cool. No, I should not be saying acronyms. Like that's ridiculous. But but it can. It's significant because it connects the entire West Coast.
Mm-hmm. Goddamn microphone. Fucking muting myself. I'm muting myself.
I'm just
so Willie, have you been down there to Salton Sea? Have you checked it out?
No, I've never been around there. I mean, I've been like, other side of the mountains, LA area kind of thing, but not to that area specifically. I've just seen a couple documentaries, like you. It's just a really cool, really interesting story. Well, it
really is
tragic story, actually. It's kind of extremely tragic story, but
yeah, but I think that there's some hope, actually. No, I think that there's enough people that want to do the right thing, And maybe because it's being, neglected so much, maybe there's some positive change for that, in the future. I don't know.
It's it's one of those things for me. The whole nature conservancy. I mean, I'm all for it. Taking care of nature, and I'm by no means a hardcore Greenpeacer, but kind of happy I lived when I did, and I got to see some of the places that I got to see. Like drive a dirt bike or a 4x4 to some wild and crazy place that now you would have to hike like 8 hours to get into to go and see.
Yeah, I am on 100% with you. Like I said, all of our dunes have been shut down by over conservancy.
Yeah,
but there's a balance, right?
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Like, definitely here, the one thing that they did just west of my city, like we're like 1,300,000 or something for population, but we had we're right on the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. Like the Rocky Mountains are like literally the backdrop to everything we do every day. And there was a great place out there that we used to go 4x4ing and random camping and dirt biking, and it got heavy. Like on the long weekends, like May long weekend was one of the craziest fucking times out in the middle of the bush that I'd ever seen in my life. Like the people would like drag stages out into the middle of nowhere, and I didn't know how they made it out there, but they would do this shit, right? But eventually they shut it down. They kept blaming off-roaders and shit like that, right? And what it boiled down to is it was the first mile or two or people that made it into the bush for the first mile or so with like Honda Civics, like with couches on top of them that wrecked it for everybody. Whereas us as four-wheelers who respected the land still, like whatever you take in, you take out. we would go way deep in the bush, and we wouldn't even party with these people that were way, up off the gravel roads. And yeah, they took it all away. But the funny thing is they took it all away, blaming it on us. But then when we got to go back in there on the limited trails that they opened again, it was all clear cut logged. It was really fucked up. So you.
Oh my goodness, where was that?
It's called Cypress.
And where is that in relation to you?
An hour west of me. I'm in Calgary. So it's just about an hour west. Yeah, it was pretty wacky.
Whoa! So who logged it? Was it like Weyerhaeuser or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who did it. Like when they shut it all down, they like kind of corralled everybody into this one sand pit area, kind of sort of thing that you could camp around, and so nobody went anymore. And in the meantime, while nobody was out there anymore, they went in and they logged it all. So really, the whole time
they didn't want you out there because they were fucking cutting it down.
Because they were cutting it down. And I mean, like when I say clear cut log, like they fucking wiped it out. It was so crazy. Like I remember we went down this one trail called Lost Knife, and I knew we started on the trail, but like an hour into it, like I stopped and we're out there, and I'm like, I don't even know where the fuck I am, because it's just a barren, like everything's gone. Like there's no, I can't tell anymore. Like it was so weird. Anyways, that kind of falls into the bad side of how they can play conservation to do other things while you don't look, right? Which sucks. Yeah. That's a bad way to play it.
Yeah, I mean, it basically comes down to follow the money.
I don't know if that's the original point I wanted to make with that story, but that's where I'm ending up.
Yeah, it just comes down to follow the money.
Yeah,
I mean, it's sad that everything is that way, but like that's.
I mean, you guys we still have really great access to land everywhere. Like I know Fendel does. Fendel can probably drive an hour any direction and be in pretty good places. Well, I guess not.
Oh my goodness, complete wilderness, absolutely nothing but, expansive trees, and it's very close. It's 30 minutes from here, and it's trees as far as you can see. Granted, we logged our entire state, let's be clear. Basically, I mean, okay, there's, we have Olympic Peninsula, there's, some old growth. There's some beautiful old growth there, but in Seattle, there's only like, I don't know, maybe like a dozen old growth trees left. I mean, it's all second growth. Still, like there's some old second growth here too. Pretty old. And beautiful second growth forests, absolutely. But whoa, like. Yeah. But, it doesn't take long from here. I mean, Block, you lived here.
Yeah, like, just hopping. I don't know, like, I used to live in Dallas, right? And I used to live, like, next to the airport. And so for me to get even outside of city limits or just drive from one side to the other, it's like LA, right? Like, two hours, right? Just to get to your destination. And to me, the reason why I kind of moved out to the West Coast was based off of this reason. If I have to stay in traffic for 4 hours, just give me some damn trees to look at, maybe some mountains or something. From seeing flat land and seeing like Mount Rainier or Mount Hood off in a distance, it kind of makes me feel like a happy little human being. Well, whatever that is supposed to be, for myself.
Yeah, if I got to sit in traffic, give me a beautiful view.
Yeah, that's funny you put it that way because like from where I'm at, right? I can take I-5 north to San Francisco in a little under 4 hours, and it's just brown nothingness. I can go out the other way, get to Mammoth in 4 hours, and be on the east side of the Sierras, and it's just a beautiful drive the whole way. So it's like I could do both of those things from where I'm at. Kind of funny.
I, I don't know if it's like a good thing, but I did say to myself when I was living in a place that didn't have all these luxuries of landscaping, that I was willing to pay extra for. So I guess I was a part of the problem for everybody's bags on the West Coast.
Oh yeah, so you're saying you came out here and we're happy to pay a premium? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yep.
And we're out here like these fucking people moving out here, market are making our prices more expensive. Yeah, I'm still in that. I still get the fucking people from LA moving down here, making everything more expensive for us. Well, but if I want to move, then everything's more expensive when I go to sell. So I don't know. There's good and bad, like balance with
Block,
everything.
how did you happen to choose Portland? Actually, I grew up down there, but I'm just curious.
Oh, it was really like I don't know. I was asking a friend about like some of these outdoor activities, and one of the things they mentioned to me was like they like the area because of their well-being. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about well-being, right? Like, um, coming from like work culture, overtime culture, not not like because in down south, right, some of the work that we did was not unionized compared to some of the work that's out here. And so at the right to work type of state, you really have to hustle hard, right, in order for to make your dollar value a little bit more. So what I figured is that like I said, like if I came out to the West Coast, maybe that different appreciation of value might shift. So Seattle's cool, way kind of expensive for my taste, right? As in like to start out with. Now, I did get an apartment in Maple Valley, um, of all places, right? Like so Maple Valley, like I thought it was a cute little small mountain town, but like, dude, rent for a one bedroom was kind of pricey. So I was like, you know what, maybe Portland might be cool. So we thought about Portland for a while and moved down here, and we like the whole idea of the independent entrepreneur self. I don't know, something about that spirit down in Portland, right? As opposed to like in Washington, which is kind of like really proud about like ancient America. I don't know how to say that. Like there's a sense of like being one with the sound, right? But in Portland, like it's just kind of like its own little weird vibe, and I kind of dig it. That was before 2020. After 2020, Portland definitely changed dramatically. Like even from my point of view, as being like a person who, a transplant. Now being traveling and kind of seeing all these things, right? Um, Now it's getting interesting, right? Because we were talking about like aging, we're talking about like buying property, we're talking about all these things. So I don't know how to say this right. Like back in the day, I think it was cooler to think about these things. Now it's just like fucking stressful as fuck trying to even navigate.
It's totally true, man. We were talking taxes, right? Fuck.
Yeah, Portland has gone through some significant changes since 2020 here too. And this place, I totally agree with you. This place is, I mean, Seattle is ridiculously expensive now. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It's just,
Yeah, I think
the
The
cost
whole
of living.
world's gotten that way, man. Like it all's like gotten ridiculous.
it
I
was probably about 10 years ago. Me and the AR department were looking at moving to Seattle, and it was at that time just a little bit cheaper than where we're at, and but we didn't quite have the funds yet. And by the time like 2 3 years went by, we had the funds. It was like, well, now we can't afford it. Like it shot up so quick and so far past where we were. Like it just leapfrogged, and it was like, what the fuck? But
man,
it,
I don't envy young people these days. Like, well, um, Mike Vandy, huge Mike, right? Willie, like, I mean, he talks about it all the time. Like, he doesn't know what the hell he's gonna do. He's a young fella. He's still living in his parents' basement,
mhm.
and and he realistically doesn't know. He's like, well, what the hell do I do? Like, I mean, you either stay there for a bit longer, or like you go out and rent, and then like pay more than what your mortgage probably would be, and can't save anything. It's brutal, dude. It's scary.
Yeah, we need a I wouldn't say a rental reform, right? I just think that we need to look at how we occupy spaces differently, and
I
then
agree.
offer security, right, as packages, so that way we're able to navigate back and forth, so that way, being it's not really being displaced, but if you think about it, right, anytime you try to move, you're putting yourself at risk because um, we don't I don't know how to say this, right? That's not what we really do, as in like how the country was founded. And what I mean by that, it's kind of like they gave like allotments of land out, they gave allotments of food out and stuff like that. And so in order for you to build like families off of that, like it's awesome, like what's going to happen, you can predict stuff, there's speculation, you go with all that. But when you move into the wilderness, right, like I don't know, like it's really hard to speculate. Like one of the things that freaked me out about moving here was the pardon me, was the heat dome that happened, right? Um like it got like 117 here, like it was ridiculously so hot, but the regulations of like older buildings not having AC, I don't know, like it just made the whole situation worse. So actually, it getting hot up here was more devastating than it getting hot in the same temperature back in Texas. But it was just more deadly here because I don't know, it's
Yeah.
just so
So
weird.
Not prepared for it, right?
yeah, 117 doesn't phase me because I'm prepared
Because
for it.
you live in
But
the desert. Yeah.
but 6 feet of snow would devastate me. So I totally get the flip side there. I mean, it's kind of interesting you bring up like older generations, like they gave out land and things like that, and they absolutely did. And there was definitely this a different mentality, you know, if you look through the history books of kind of like bringing up the American family, post World War II, that is just not the same now. Like right now, we're in a very clear separation of the middle class. Like it, without trying to get too deep, too political, you can see it in the way that things are being run. That they're trying to get rid of the middle class. You know,
Well,
so
I think that I think that you're right, and I think that one of the American dreams was to lift up the middle class here. So so a greater amount of people would have a good standard of living, real simple. But
yeah,
and we did not have like these very complex problems that we have today, where and
well, and now I think it's seen as your standard of living is fine, right? Like we're producing a standard of living that is acceptable, even though I don't agree that it is. But I think the overall consensus is that or that we're producing a standard of living that is acceptable for a renter, and they want to force you into rentership. They don't want you to own anything anymore. I mean, like when you when you talk about not just leasing cars, but cars being for sale or for rent on like a 3-year basis kind of thing, or like a month to month basis to rent a car. Like they don't want you to own anything, and
and most of us don't actually.
Yeah, and most people don't. So anyone who does own anything is considered upper or above the middle class at this point. And they don't like that. They don't want you to own anything. They want you to all be renting and all paying into the fucking system. And it's getting really deep and really off the trail, off the freaking rails here.
Well, no, that's kind of like what we're trying to do, right? Like if there's gold in the mountains, we'll go there. Like we're those type of creatures. So now,
that's
like,
why we're in NFTs, right?
yeah, like that's why we're here. Like so now if we're able to build these types of homes but different ways, right? I think that's why we're here, and that's why we're talking about some fundamentals. That's why it does get interesting, right? Because we're bringing up like belief systems. Like, there's no way that I think we'd be trading NFTs and 10 years worth of art. I think eventually the subject of the NFT itself will be different because we will have more to offer, right, as experiences. So would it be like estate planning, like deeds to a time period, right? Like deeds to water, like a water faucet. Like that's kind of scary, right? Like to buy a clean water faucet for your
Well,
grandkids, something like that.
well, we already know that the California DMV is starting to put registration on the Tezos blockchain, which is a big win for Tezos. But is it a huge win for the use of crypto and NFTs as a whole? I don't know. Only time will tell about that.
I think it's just a part of a. I think it's just a part of a system that's changing, and you'll start to see that filter into other aspects of, of society with anything that would have required paperwork,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
just
going to
help
right?
it. It's gonna help it become mainstream. Is what like as, and I use mainstream in the loosest term. It's what's gonna help more people get on board with using blockchain. Is the real world uses, right?
Well, and overall, that's the goal of blockchain, right? Is to have this proof of ownership that is immutable.
Like just I think more like record keeping, right? If it's going to be more immutable, but at the moment, like we get the rights to put the records, like what's on the record. Um, I don't know, like that's kind of scary, right? To think about like what kind of data rights will we have in the future? Now, would California be one of the leading places for some of the blockchain innovation because it has data rights and privacy rights for its users? And so, would the users in California have more um, maneuverability, right, when they're doing business compared to other states people?
Shit, that's brilliant. It's a really interesting way to look at it.
It is. I think. I mean, my whole thought on the entire process and everything is that you should be is that everyone should have those rights, right? I mean, that's why it's on the blockchain. Is I can sell it. I don't have to deal with lawyers and shit to sell it to you up in Oregon, or to sell it to Bits in Canada, or to sell it to somebody in Australia, right? I mean, that's kind of the whole point, is to try to remove some of those legalities, I guess. Again, nothing we say here is financial advice. So, I don't know. I mean,
I think it's interesting. It's those uses are all going to have to come in to make this more acceptable to more people in this world. 100%.
Yeah, totally agree.
Hey, total random fucking right out left field thing here. Fendel, have you ever played a sax through distortion or added distortion to sax?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually have one NFT with distortion on it. It was a tribute to Trash Can. It was a tribute to Rob Ness, actually.
Really?
I used some distortion on that. I have a distortion pedal, and then I've got several VSTs, like virtual,
yeah,
instruments that I can, put on my saxophone. And I love it. I just haven't gotten a lot of opportunity to make, make music with, but I would love to, try that out for sure.
I was something, I literally thought about it like 2 weeks ago. I was just like laying in the floor in the shop working on something. And I was like, huh. But maybe I've heard it before. Maybe it's just because I should just Google it. Like, I'm sure there, what, so you have a couple. Do you remember the names of your pieces where you did it? Or what are some famous pieces that have sax with distortion?
Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I can really name anybody who was really doing that as their thing. There's a really great saxophonist in Seattle. His name is Skerrick. And Skerrick, he tours all over the world, and a great guy. And he's got a huge rack mounted, he's got tons of pedals and stuff, and often plays with distortion on his tenor, and it sounds crazy. I'm trying to think if there was some metal bands that ever really did that.
Somebody had to. I need to Google this after. But yeah, I just thought about that. I'm like, that'd be kind of nice. I mean, a little distortion. I mean, let's face it, a little distortion in anything is good.
What about too many zoos or
Oh, dude, you know Too Many Zoos? That's dope. I love those guys.
Oh, or Muti, like MUET, like MUETE.
I don't know if I've ever heard of them.
Oh, you'll like, if you like Too Many Zoos, you'll like these guys.
Too Many Zoos. It was so funny. Probably 5 years ago, 6 years ago. They randomly just came up. Sometimes you're on YouTube and it'll just keep playing stuff, right? And Too Many Zoos. I found them accidentally, and I was like, "Wow, this is really awesome! I dig this so much." And they were playing in a subway in New York, and then I just happened to Google them, and it just so happened that the very next night they were playing a show in my city. And I was like, I couldn't even fucking believe the odds of that happening. And I was like so pumped up, and I went, and it was dope because it was just at a university bar. So they were accessible and everything. I got to chat with them, and it's like I literally just discovered you guys less than 24 hours ago. It was funny. I all super fanned out.
Where are those guys from?
New York, I think. Out east coast somewhere.
And what about that other band you were saying, Block?
MUETE. They're not. I don't think they're from the U.S., right? I think they might be from Germany, or they're like an international band, right? Traveling band.
A techno marching band.
Journey me fun. Okay, all right. Oh, can I play something here? I'm just gonna
Yeah,
see if
like this point. Yeah, yeah. They
I'm
do a lot
gonna.
of covers, and they're wonderful. I love their interpretation of
Okay,
music
I'm
and
gonna.
stuff and their presentation.
Okay, I'm gonna see.
I'm just gonna timestamp it for the YouTube, and you gotta cut it for copyright infringement.
It's near the end. Well, even if it remembers something. Okay, I think this will play here.
Stuff and their presentation.
Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna see. Oh,
YouTube, and you gotta cut it.
that was adding the Twitter. Oh, see, I can't do that from my computer. Shit.
I don't know, but you just looped, and that was dope.
Was that crazy? You like that? Hey, that was wild.
I did like that.
That was well, because if I turn up my computer volume now on the mixing board, I have. Oh, I got this figured out. Hang on. I'll just kill it. We don't need bits in the space because I'm not talking through bits. I got this shit. So it was playing the delayed Twitter space through the bits account. Got rid of it.
It just played perfectly though.
I know it. I've done it a couple times and it's weird how well it seems to work out. All right. This is the Muette. Yeah, it's like a marching band. Dude. Okay, seriously, if you guys didn't Google this shit, definitely look it up. Good call. So seriously, I don't know if you guys were looking at this, but like this is like, I don't know, it's probably a marching band. It's not all doubled up. It's only like single instruments, but there's like a trombone, alto sax, tenor sax, saxophones of all kinds. There's like fucking xylophone. Like, dude, that was sick.
That was badass. What else should I be listening to? Jeez.
Holy shit!
I was digging that.
I'm a deep well like of oil, right? Like crude oil of music.
Dude.
So I think that before you go there, were you working in oil and gas out in Texas?
Oh no, I was just family. Actually arts. My whole art thing was back in Texas, and I just decided to not do art. But then I found art through the whole journey, right, to the West Coast.
Okay, just something in there that you said maybe feel like you were working in oil and gas.
Yo, ha ha ha, yeehaw!
No way, man, dude. I just like, hang on. Dude, if I only had kept playing the trumpet, I could have been as cool as these motherfuckers.
That kind of sounded like the last song, only looped in a little different pitch.
No, that was the same song. It's still playing. I had it in my.
Oh, okay.
I had
Right.
it in
Well, that's why.
Yeah, I had it in the left side of my headphone, and I was just listening to it as you guys were talking. I was like, "Oh, dude, this is dope."
Okay.
That's cool. There was so TikTok. I downloaded TikTok, fucking really recently.
Great. Don't do that, dude.
Last few weeks. I know they've got me. Well, the up here in Canada, all government employees are not allowed to have TikTok.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I know.
Now, because of my association to you, all my information's in China.
Oh, well, whatever. It already was, buddy.
You know what? You're not wrong.
But yeah, so there was this band that came on. They stopped. Well, basically, from what I can see, they stopped existing basically because COVID happened. But they were a steampunk brass band, and they had like 15 people in the band. I'm scraping my brain at this moment in time for the name, but I can't think of it. But they were dope, man. It's like, could you imagine going to a bar randomly to see some weird band that somebody told you to go see, and like fucking like a marching band comes out, and you're like, whoa, what's gonna go on here? I'm out of here. And then they bust out some like old school, like Daft, Chemical Brothers or Faithless or something like that. These guys are still ripping, by the way. Like, this song is epic. This is a 9-minute song, this one.
No, you say it that way, but like, was it My Chemical Romance? They were like a big marching band kind of thing, right? So like in the middle of their set, they'd come out, and you'd be like, "What the fuck?" And then they just blow you away. Like, oh shit, that was amazing. It was My Chemical Romance and Panic at the Disco. So when I saw Panic at the Disco one time down Long Beach, and they came out, like they just went back for a break, and they came out, and like they just come out. One guy comes out with the drum beat, and the next guy comes out with a drum beat. Next guy comes out with a drum beat, and so they come out like, and then they add people that aren't like normally in the band. So there's like 13 of them on stage, and it's this fucking drum line, and you're like, cause you kind of start out with like a what the fuck, and then by the end of it, you're like, I need more of that. It's not on any albums. Where do I find it? Like, it's not on YouTube. It was awesome.
I saw a reiteration of Ghost of Me from My Chemical Romance, or Ghost of You, but it was like total like Peter Gabriel, like I don't know, like Genesis, like old '80s vibe. It was crazy, like so emotional, like I don't know.
I mean, that's why it's called emo music, I think. I don't know. That sounds cool. I'd like to see that.
So another set of music I like to listen to balance this out, right, is something called doom jazz. It's just really, I don't know, like just uh, it doesn't sound like doom metal, but it does have elements of what doom is, and then playing jazz is really interesting. What's up?
What's doom metal?
Doom metal? I don't know, like gr- grudgier metal that's not thrash. That's a little bit it's not melodic either, right? You know, so we would say it could be new metal, but new metal has elements of hip hop, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I think doom metal would just be on elements of what would be considered like black metal, but more on maybe instead of like
Wait, are you
yeah,
saying Dune, Dune, or Doom, Doom?
like Doom, Doom.
Okay, I was thinking Dune because we were talking about
Oh,
that picture of the Dune earlier from Juliet.
yeah,
So I was kind of thinking that. All right.
The problem.
I'm like Metal playing the Doom.
Some sci-fi stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'm thinking
Mad
like,
Max,
all right, well
rail
maybe it's
cars
like
and
metal
shit.
that came out of Burning Man. It was like Burning Man metal. I don't know. Okay,
it's
all right.
totally
Doom.
within the theme of the show tonight, Willie. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm just laughing at myself like I'm an idiot. But all right, thanks for at least
it's
no, that's like the new genre now. Like you go and be it and do it now, and we get to witness
Fuck
it.
Willie.
Oh, I don't make music. No, you don't.
How do you know? Maybe have you tried to play Dune metal? Maybe you should go try to play Dune metal.
What?
Maybe you can.
You know what? Maybe that's where the theremin comes in.
Oh, dude, we totally.
I did say I think I could play a theremin. Yeah. That could be Dooney.
I've always wanted a theremin. Be fucking killer, man. It'd be like, I think if you had a theremin, it'd probably be like just about like learning the bagpipes, right? Like where people that are around you be like, dude, this is painful learning to you listen how to play this.
Yeah.
But then one day you'll be like, watch this, guys. I'll play the old school Star Trek theme.
Thankfully, I have a detached garage that is currently heated and about to get air conditioned.
So, fuck, heated. If I lived where you lived, I wouldn't have to heat my garage.
Dude, it's like 60 degrees outside Fahrenheit. It's cold.
Man, I would wear.
It's jeans and sweatshirt weather, not even shorts and sweatshirt.
I would wear shorts and a hoodie and that all day long.
I just had to twist that knife in a little bit today.
So wait, what is Doom? What is Doom jazz? I'm like not even hip.
All right, so Doom jazz. Okay, it sounds like somebody playing jazz, but maybe at 3 a.m. in the morning, and everybody's drinking like whiskey, maybe straight up, or more like bourbon straight up, right? That and like. That slow. I don't know. You know how heavy that room is, right? You know, but how empty it still feels. That's what Doom jazz is.
And who's playing it? Like, do you have any favorites?
I think if you just go on Google and just type in Doom jazz, there'll be a couple of self-appointed jazz bands or ensembles.
I'm gonna check it out.
I was just Googling that while my dog was out back barking at coyotes. Doom jazz, dark jazz. Oh shit, doom jazz, dark jazz. Oh, we're getting deep. It's kind of funny talking about these genres because when I DJ'd, right, like I mean with EDM, with all music, but like when I dealt with electronic music, there was like people were like, "Oh, this is house. This is fucking, deep house. This is fucking, whatever the hell the genre was, fucking." And man, I was like, I don't know. Like, even as a DJ, like, that's just the way I was. I was like, man, I don't know how the hell you separate half of this stuff. I mean, obviously there was, some very defined pieces of music that were definitely, jungle or, whatever the fuck other genre it was, right, that you could tell. But it was like, for the most part, I'm like, how do you even define anymore? It's like, even now with like rock, what people even call rock music anymore, like rock music can be everything now. Metal is everything now that has a guitar in it. It's so bizarre. But yeah, when I was a DJ, I just like, people be dropping all these genres and I'm like, I don't know. And then they drop the names of some like DJ or some band and I'd be like, oh yeah, well I know that. Yeah, I know what that is for sure. Right? But it's like, what? I don't know. I just find that genres get like cut up way too thin. Way too thin. Like I bet you dark jazz is probably like, or doom jazz is probably just like metal, right? Let's listen to something. I'm going to click on something here. Let's see if it comes up with something. We're just running the copyrights all over here. Oh, it's a commercial. We got to talk through the commercial. It's a commercial for doing your taxes in case you're interested. You can play it later.
You know what's in that bad boy my way? Just air it out.
I will, yeah.
Let me let me see who's doing crypto taxes.
Let's see who's doing the crypto tax.
It sounds very James Bondy.
Is that?
I think it's also the time signature too, right? That kind of makes it doomy. Like Doom is a time signature to me.
Can you explain that to my non-musical ass a little bit more?
Thrash and metal, like, okay, so metal would just be like how the house is built like a brick, right? And let's say the size of the room will be the type of music or stuff. So maybe like once we describe these different types, like Doom, maybe that might have a lot more space or a lot less space, and then the barriers are a little bit different. No, that's a horrible way to say it, man. It's just time signatures.
Dude, that was a really
I
cool
thought
way
that
to say
was
that.
like.
I thought you were gonna be like, okay, like thrash is like 168 beats per minute, and regular metal is like 120 beats per minute, and this is like
That's kind of
68
sort
beats
of right. Yeah. But through the origin of the instrument and the player, as opposed to like what the genre wants, because you could break that genre, right? So yeah, like that's why I like music at the moment.
What are we listening to? This is amazing.
It's called Isolation. The poster is Simon Franzman. I wish I could just put it up on Twitter and pin it at the top for you, but it's just a random Google that I did. That's right, all you cool cats. We got you covered tonight on the night train here. Fuck. Okay. That's it. We're not going to be able to put this full episode up on YouTube.
Well, I think. Well, I was thinking that if we're talking over it, then it's different.
No.
Right? Like it becomes commentary.
No,
and
I think what you have to do to.
As long as it's
I
not
think
played
what
clean.
you have to do to fool the YouTubes and shit like that is you have to change pitch. Is what I've kind of vaguely heard, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, pitch and speed.
And that's
right?
how you fuck with. That's why you get a lot of those fucking TikTokers and shit that are doing it in like high pitched voices and stuff like that when they're using movie quotes and stuff. Yeah, and then the algorithm doesn't pick it up. But I don't think background noise, like talking over it, that doesn't work because it's just trained to pick out the background, right? Like when you use like that app Shazam.
But that's just for the automatic cancel though, right? That like you could like be like, hey, no, we only played a portion, and you could kind of petition it through the app.
No.
Through YouTube?
No, probably not, because
wrong?
I don't think. Well, maybe Fendel can fill us in. You may know this more, but I don't think you can really play anything. I think 20 seconds is what like the old loop argument was when, or something like that. But I don't know. No.
I mean, you can't really use anything without a mechanical license. I mean, honestly, like, like I can't just go and record somebody's song or use any of their, any of their work. It's very frowned upon anyway, and like.
So pretty much the last 20 minutes you have to cut
See,
on YouTube.
So no,
well, you know, the thing about it is I think that you can play stuff, but I think that you cannot like monetize
but
it.
that's
You
the
know what
thing
I
is they
mean?
cut it all off.
right, like
They cut it
it's
all off though, based on that you might be monetizing it, right?
yeah. Well, they could do fair use, and fair use you would have to use only like a X percentage
Yeah,
amount
that's
of
where
it, right?
that's where I thought the 20
So yeah,
seconds
like
kind of came in, or something.
right. Well, that's part of it because you're not using the whole song, as well as if you're using if you're slowing it down, right? Like chopped and screwed, right? Or if you're adding like more stuff to it and make it your own, but you're still giving credit to the source. So technically, you're still doing a
That
cover.
that's why I
Yeah,
kind of thought if we're just
like a
talking
parody
over it, then it
almost.
should be
Yeah.
fine to upload.
I guess.
So everything's a parody and
Like it,
everything's
you know,
okay.
Well,
because we're giving credit to it,
I,
and we're kind of
I
commenting
think.
on it. So that's why I
I
thought
think
maybe that would be
in the
okay.
real world, there's definitely room for all of that if you do those things in the respectable ways. But the fact of the matter,
The
yeah, I
algos
was going to say with
that are
YouTube,
chasing it.
it's the algorithms, and there's no, it's just like the credit card companies sending you a nasty notice because there's like 3 cents overdue on your credit card or something, right? Like
It's
it's
cut and
because the
dry.
computer
Yeah.
did it, not a real human would have looked at that and went, well, that's not a big deal. We're not,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah, YouTube is really I mean, they are just core about like cracking down on it too.
well, yeah,
Like,
you got
and
nailed. You got
oh,
nailed
man.
the one time, didn't you? For your own shit.
I mean, I've been nailed. Yeah, a number of times for various things. You know, but yeah, and then they came after me for my own music. I was just, oh my goodness.
Are you John
What?
Fogerty? You suing yourself?
It was the weirdest.
I know
I don't even
Fendel's
know.
really hiding some shit here, and I'm flattered that we have him on our show. One of these days, we'll know, man. Fendel will be sending us laminated passes and go, yeah, guys, I'm actually
John Fogerty.
John Fogerty.
John Fogerty, motherfuckers.
I am John Fogerty, motherfucker.
Yeah. No way, man. I'll be getting a laminated pass, and it'll be like, I'm motherfucking Fendel. That's right. Boom. I miss those days. Back in the days when I, did live stuff and DJing, I really miss the days of getting a laminate pass, man.
Oh, don't the passes. Okay, I have a confession. So I could have sued Live Nation, but we didn't. And I worked for a live event company for 10 years, and I touched a lot of cool instruments in my career.
And you can't tell us about those, or
I mean, I can, but like I don't know. It's kind of like
I mean, let me stop you there.
yeah.
I don't want to hear about it right now. I want to hear about it in detail a little bit later.
Yeah, later. The laminate passes, man. I told you, I miss them. I miss
I
my
want to know. I just want to know if you can or cannot tell us about that.
like legally.
Like can we? Yeah, like legally. Like, can we get into that on another space when we have you on in a couple weeks?
Yeah, we could talk about maybe some music stuff. Yeah, definitely. That's another. That's what I say. Like a body of work is really interesting. But no, I look. I miss live shows. I miss backstage passes. I miss. I miss.
I'm right. I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes. I don't want to know too much. But I'm taking
I
notes.
miss Mills. I miss
remind you.
Mills. Right. I miss their catering sometimes. Like it's just. I don't know. It's something about it.
All right.
It was always good to get fed well. I miss my laminates. You always knew there was that one dude, man. You'd like be at some event and cruising around with people. You'd always have to have all of your passes like on your chest, right? Because the more passes you had, that meant the more places you'd been and shit. And I remember there'd always be like one dude that would have like fucking
6 pounds of passes hanging off of his neck in all different ways, and he'd have like fucking 4 lanyards around his neck.
I take the highest, most recent pass into races. Like if I don't have a pass to that race, I'll take the highest, most recent pass in the races and try to fake it, like just walk through like nobody's noticing, and be like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm still with United Rentals. No, no, don't worry about me. Like I'll find my way.
My pass is in the mail."
Yeah, no, I gotta meet Jimmy over there. Yeah, no, yeah.
It was funny what I did, from working backstage and with passes in the industry. What I figured out how it just worked, right? And like especially back in the day, like not in the 90s to the 2000s, if you just walked up assertively to a back door and be like, "Yeah, no, I got to get in there," or you had at least one backstage pass, you could get everybody in with you that was following you like all the time. If you just like because most of the time the people that were working like some of these doors and shit like that, they're just like, "Yeah, just stand here and don't let people in unless whatever," and you just like knock on the door and like.
Block was saying he was doing that earlier up in Seattle.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, was that when I was peeing? I could have been because I put the headphones down for a bit.
I don't know. I'm just making a talk shit.
Well, that's facts. No, that's
we have no idea about. No, that's met.
It's part of the industry, right? Yeah, it's the event. Like I don't know, like it's expected, but then it's not expected at the same time, right?
There's a reason why when it's like a 13,000 person venue, that's why 13,000 people aren't allowed in, is because you have to account for the fucking 3,000 to 5,000 people that are guests, I guess, as I do air quotation marks. But yeah, it's good times. I miss those days.
So nobody does backstage passes or anything like that anymore? Is that like totally like not happening?
I don't know. I don't.
Oh no, it's still a thing.
Yeah. I think Fitz is just saying he's not around that anymore.
No, I'm not around that. I'm not around that. There's not much call for backstage passes in a truck shop. Walk in as long as you're wearing a high vis vest, you can come in, and steel-toed boots.
I mean, but you started off with the word laminates. I made my own laminates for Miami, and it actually worked a couple places.
Yeah,
walked right into some places like I'm supposed to be here. They didn't give a shit. I don't know. It seemed to work.
Laminates are important. I don't know why, right? Like this is is this a revolution thing or an evolutional thing? I don't know, but
it's a not quite.
No, I think it goes back to the separation of the middle class.
That's what I was going to kind of go for.
Papers? Where's your papers, sir?
Well, I was going to say actually no. It's more of a laminate pass can be had by a substandard class, but it's access to something that is very high class that even some of the high class don't have access to.
Is it kind of like Jack's thing, ticket to the Titanic to come to America?
Sure. Yeah. Right. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, to bring it back to NFTs, we have certain NFTs that grant you access into certain areas of certain communities and this and that and all the same.
Speaking of that, I'm excited to go on a catamaran cruise from the harbor of Miami next year again. Can't wait.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing better than a catamaran cruise.
Just kind of wondering if I should book now. Because, I mean, the event is the same time every year.
I think so.
It is. I'm pretty sure it is.
Financial advice. I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure Art Basel is.
I do know that going back to algorithms that there are prime times to book, and my experience with trying to book things too early, specifically races. Hotels and things like that don't book more than a year out. A lot of them don't book more than 9 months out. So we might be right in that window of being able to get first booking on
because
hotels or whatever.
because
But
you wanted to have that room next to the drag bar again.
yes,
because you
I
got
love
good
to
sleep.
just get that clack, 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 clack all fucking day long. Because it's not in my head like a nightmare. I didn't
I'm not.
hear it when Paper Buddha posted a tweet of those fans and it was silent on my phone. I didn't hear it in my head. You're right. Yeah. I'd love to get that better.
I think that's my mother would probably stay there at that spot.
No. You want to visit there, not stay there.
Yeah, no. It was a dope spot though.
Yeah. So hotels, like I said, so hotels you like, which there, I mean, we know there weren't a lot of actual hotels in Miami, Airbnbs, but um, flights flights have a very weird pattern where they start very high and then somewhere around 48 days, something, I don't know, there's some certain algorithm where they actually get really cheap. And then closer to the date of the flight, they get really expensive again and then get really cheap the day of the flight if they're not full. So flights have a
Playing
weird pattern on booking, but
sounds like gambling to me.
That's
it kind of is.
speculation, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah. They start high though, so like you don't want to book flights too early because then you'll just find cheaper flights later for sure.
now you just want like perks, right? Technically, so so technically, what you're saying, like, if I guarantee you business, I want my business to be like guaranteed, and these are the stuff that could be guaranteed for your business, right? So you can negotiate with them like that part of your traveling contract versus like what you're trying to accomplish for your work.
I see what you're saying, but none of us are. Well, I mean, we're not technically going out there for work yet. We'd like to do a space out there or something like that, but we don't get paid for all this. So.
I mean, no, these are like different types of structuring, I guess, right? As opposed to
Yeah,
like resourcing and funding, like so that way maneuverability and being I don't know, like achieving goals could be like where it's at.
okay, I'm with you. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I did last year was um, kind of figured out like all right, I know I need this to get here, this to get there. Try to figure out who to talk to, maybe what NFTs I need to buy to get into certain places, that kind of thing ahead of time, so that I was ready. So that when I did book my flights and the hotel room and all that, all my I wasn't looking for NFT access that was already set. All my buying on that end was already done.
We had so much going on, we didn't even go to it all.
Yeah, true.
Like seriously, we didn't. Well, we didn't even make it to Blunts and Brunch for crying out loud.
A couple
Right.
other things I feel like we didn't make it to either.
Oh yeah, no, they're 100%, man. Like we had.
That was just the biggest one. That was like just like the biggest. Like, oh man, we should have made lunch.
You needed a better driver.
No, I was way too hungover to get to lunch and brunch.
Yeah, it was funny. There was the one morning where we woke up. I set my alarm because I was supposed to get over to the One Wheels place to catch an Uber with them to go to Blunts and Brunch. I set my alarm. My alarm went off, and I looked at my phone, and I was like, oh, okay, Willie hasn't texted me or anything. Cool. So I went and had a shower, and I'm like, well, I'm just gonna lay back down in bed here and just like hang out with my phone on my chest. And Willie never messaged me, so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. We're I'm not gonna push this. I'm not gonna message him. He's not messaging me. Yeah, and we just.
I woke up. I woke up like I don't know, half hour before you were supposed to come over, and I looked at my clock and I went, yeah, we got time to make it to the lasers. We're gonna skip. I'm gonna skip brunch if you don't call me. We're gonna make it to the lasers.
With the and the lasers was like 5 hours later.
Well, like the whole time I'm thinking like, well, everyone we're gonna see at Bloods and Brunch, it's supposed to be a Laser Loose show, so like we're not gonna miss people. We're just gonna miss hanging out. Like, yeah, we'll hang out later.
And who knows, if we had went to Blunts and Brunch, I probably would have maybe indulged and could have ended up laid out somewhere.
And yeah, we already had dinner paid for that night.
That's right. So yeah.
It was I'm a
fucking rights. Tez Downs.
Just sleeping off the hangover, at least.
I was just looking at my Tez Downs. I fired up my object here. Fucking Tez Downs. Who's got some Tez Downs? Who's got the Tez Downs?
I just got my first Tez Down.
Did ya?
Yeah. I had somebody hit my DMs about a sale of one of mine already, and I sold it to them.
Oh shit! Nice.
So, like that's how quick those are moving, apparently.
Well, Willie, you got in good. By the time I got in, like they were clearing out as soon as the machine was loaded. They were gone. I've got 6. I'm pretty happy. I've got a guy with a whale head, some cool sunglasses. I've got a like a poke bowl, like a little stir fry bowl guy. I got toast with butter.
Wait, you have a poke bowl and you haven't tried to sell it to Poke?
No kidding, right?
Or trade it to him at least?
No kidding. There's some great ones. I've been going through them. Like they're dope. They're really neat little fuckers.
So the one I sold, as soon as I got it out of the machine, I was like, this one's probably gonna sell quick, and it's because it was a moose.
Oh,
and I was thinking about
I saw that one. I should have made it.
Moose Society?
I got it.
You got a moose one too?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, because they're all one of ones, right? Or I mean, they're PFP projects, though.
Yeah, they're one of ones, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there is a couple. Yeah, there's a couple of some of them, so there could be moose in different variations.
Yeah, so I saw.
Well, not could be. There is for sure.
Somebody's definitely gonna want this moose, and that, sure enough, that was the one that guy hit me up on, and I was like, yeah, no problem, man. Like,
fuck, I just popped up on it, and there's a unicorn that I'm looking at right now. That's wild. Some of these are great, and there's a few that I'm like, well, I really want that. I really want that. And then I'm like, well, why do I want to pay 10 Tez for that? I don't, but I do. Look, there's a dog one. There's some really great ones.
They're awesome.
They are fucking killer.
Actually, my friend Mighty Moss he's been making a few of those things. Or maybe it's just similar style to the Tez now. It's pretty cool.
Some dope pixel art. I mean,
well, you're close with Flex, right? Do you know who's running the Tez Nouns project?
This is Flex.
Yeah, it's Flex.
It is Flex? Usign too, right?
Yeah, Usign. Mm-hmm.
No, I thought that was a whole different drop.
No, it is, but I think Usign is also part of this whatever collaborative thing is going to come out of this project.
So I didn't think it was either of them, because when we talked to Flex about the Tez vending machine months ago, almost closer to a year ago, and he was telling us about being able to do drops and like basically reserve the machine for a certain group or set or project to be able to do full drops out of there. I just figured it was one of those. Like, this is just a drop from somebody else.
No, I think if you go onto the Twitter page, I think it even says it's.
Well, shit, I need to learn how to read, I guess, because.
Well, Willie, you gotta read the right.
These are some more, man. I could have minted a whole lot more.
When artists mint these things, Willie, you need to read the write-ups. Have you ever read Fendel's stuff? Fendel's got some good stuff in there. Like, you got Laser Lou, you got to look at his shit. You got to read those write-ups, man.
Sometimes I don't have time.
I got a fuck render piece out of the tendon machine.
Yeah, no shit.
Really? Wow. Are you running a bath block, Chung?
Yeah, sort of. It's water.
Sorry.
Bath.
If you're jumping in the hot tub, I'm a little jealous. Like shit.
Getting my
Remember,
feet warm.
remember when Poke did that? Remember that he was be hanging out with us in spaces.
Remember, like every time.
Yeah, he's fucking sitting in the hot tub all the time. Oh, it's rough. It's cold tonight in Florida. Fuck you.
In the hot tub, cold in the hot tub.
I've owned 2 hot tubs up here, and both times they broke down when it was like colder than. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say both times. Every time a hot tub breaks down, it's going to be in the cold all the time, just like everything. I'm sure you people in California don't get this, but yeah.
Why not just have a wood-fired tub?
Dude, because that takes a lot of effort, and I live in the
freeze the pipes though, right?
What would? Not when it's running.
A tub would still freeze the pipes. Like the water would still get into the pipes and freeze it, unless you're draining it every time.
Well, yeah, you'd have to keep it heated the whole time. Yeah, you would have to drain it and then fill it. But the wood fired is it's cool, but it's like a lot of work. Like you got to have wood. Yeah, like you got to have wood.
And honestly, it's not that efficient. Like
actually,
if we're talking about being green, it's really super inefficient.
Oh, burning wood. Like, no.
Compared to like an electric heat pump off of a solar.
No, well
super inefficient.
You wouldn't be able to really do it with solar. You wouldn't.
Well, not directly. No, you'd have to be like in a battery system or.
No, it's still it would be like trying to run like that's one thing with solar setups. Like you're not running things like dryers or toasters or things that are basically like just engineered electrical shorts. You don't really run stuff like that with solar. Like you can't.
No, you can't run it off grid that way.
No,
is what I'm saying. Yeah. No, you have to bank up the solar somehow.
No, you would have to, but that's what I'm saying. It's like you would have to bank a lot. Like it's just nobody would ever do that. I would light a fire underneath my tub for sure first. That's the way to go. And then you use a little 12-volt electric pump to cycle the water.
Well, your water should, convection should kind of move the water also.
That's
designed correctly.
Actually, as a matter of fact, 100%. 100. No, I was going to say 100%. In Scouts way back in the day, there was a tub that went together and you built a long fire across this piping that was attached to it, and that's how it worked. It would use convection. The piping, the water would go through the piping, and then the convection would bring it up to the top, and it would spit it out, and then fucking the water down low that was cooler would go through. Absolutely, it works that way. Once again, burning wood, which is a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's good if you got friends that want to get you wood.
That's
That didn't sound right. Hey. Okay. Number one comment on the show that was out of context and not comfortable with anyone. Okay, yeah,
we're gonna tag that. Write that down.
We'll edit that out.
No, we're gonna isolate it. Put it on my soundboard.
Fuck off, Willie. That was good though.
Shit.
Mike Nash would have been all up on that shit.
I think he's slowly starting to come back. I saw him liking some tweets today, at least.
Oh yeah, he's bought a couple things.
Oh, he's definitely been buying, but he hasn't been on Twitter or anything in a lot. No. He liked a couple tweets today, so he's slowly starting to step back. We just wish him the best.
I did reach out to Mike Nash, by the way.
Coolio.
Good.
He
said he was doing cool, so I was just like, all right, man, awesome.
Yeah. Cool. We'll let him do his thing, and when he wants to come back, he wants to come back.
I 3D printed that fucking Mike Nash logo. I 3D printed. I'm doing that bigger. I'm gonna paint it and I'm gonna send it to him. I've got his address from when we got the prints from Kelly Telfler.
Oh yeah. I meant to mention at the top of the space. I finally got mine yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Haven't even opened the bag yet. That's why I haven't tweeted it.
Oh.
But yeah, I got mine yesterday.
Cool. Yeah, because he said he was sending it out in a couple batches, and it was going to.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't think you relayed that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. He did email me back because I got mine. Mike Nash got hit. Well, mine is still sitting at the shipping depot in the States. I haven't picked it up yet, but I got mine. Mike Nash got his. I think Nez the Great got his as well, but then Telfer messaged me and said, "Well, it's going to go out in another round here pretty soon." And I was like, "Okay, cool." Sorry if I didn't.
I mean, I kind of figured he was. I mean, dude, that's a big giveaway, even though it was only like 7 or 8 of us. It's like 150, $200, you know, if you were to buy it, not his cost, obviously, but like $200 a piece on those.
Yeah,
that he gave away to us. So
I'm excited.
I imagine that's a pretty big, hit, if you would. He's a huge artist, but to want to space that out is all a little bit over the quarters.
Which one did you get? I got a Porsche 911. It was like a 79 911. Well, probably like an 80s 911.
I let my son pick it, so I don't remember, but I'm hopefully gonna try to I want to keep it because in its shipping it's nice and protected. So, but I'm gonna try to get it open tomorrow and tweet it out nice and proper. Good, thank you. So, see, I really wanted one of the Volkswagen ones, the Bug, the buses.
Yeah, I think Mike Nash got one of those, and Nez the Great got one of those. That was a dope space. By the way, for those of you, Fendel and Block that are listening, Willie was at a race one day and he bought what was it, a Shelby, a Cobra?
Yeah.
A painting from what was it, a print?
It was a print on metal. So like frameless metal. So like beautiful. Just amazing quality.
And he said to the artist, "Hey man, do you want to come and chat with us on like this Zoom chat thing or blah blah blah?" Not knowing that this Kelly Telfer was like this fucking major race car artist that was like world renowned and done like basically every.
Yeah, so he was
fucking oil painting.
He was basically set up underneath like a double wide easy up, if you will, with a 6-foot folding table on one side, and then a bunch of his prints and stuff hung behind him. So I'm like, all right, he's just kind of like a local art fair kind of guy, maybe, but I really like his stuff. So I'm like, hey, he come talk to us. Oh no, he's done everything for NASCAR and IndyCar for the past 30 fucking years, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, pretty much. If you've seen an oil painting or a copy of an oil painting or kind of a graphic, he's probably done it in racing, in NASCAR. Yeah. And he sent everybody in the space a print. He said, go to my website and pick the print that you want, and I'll send everybody that's in here a print. And that was dope.
Yeah, like I said, there was only...
That's super nice.
There was only 8 or 9 of us in the space that night, and I was like, last week we had like 50 people in here.
Yeah.
I'm like, why do we only have 8 tonight? Like, whatever. It was...
Oh, we couldn't believe amazing. It. As he's telling us the story as he started going through... Like, I mean, he came in like a freight train. Like, he came in, hey, guys, I'm Kelly Telfler, da-da-da-da. And he just, like, took
40,
over.
50 years in the business, something like that. Like,
yeah. And,
like 40 years in the business, so.
And, like, Willie and I didn't say anything for, like, 2 hours. And
well,
this
I was
guy
sick,
just...
too. Like, I was, really sick. I could barely
talk. Well,
so I was...
No, he was... But this dude was, like, rocking it. Like, this guy was, like, owning it. Like, he's, like... And then I'm messaging Willie. I'm like, hey, man, did you know who the fuck this guy was? And Willie's like, I had no fucking idea. And I'm like, this is amazing. And it's like, I'm like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, it's archived. It's up there. He was an interest. If you're a car person in any way, shape, or form, it's an interesting space to listen to. Well, he was
not even that. I mean, he's so like wants to be helpful to young artists or not to young artists. I mean, to all artists.
Yes, very true.
You know, if you want to learn something and you have a question, like ask him, and he's very open and receptive and like wants to teach and help artists in all like in everything, like about the art or about the marketing or like anything about it. Like he's at a point in his career where he just wants to help.
Yeah, he was a big dude. He was an amazing dude to hear, amazing dude to have.
Yeah, that's up on the YouTube. So anybody listening that wants to check that out on the YouTube.
I just clicked on the vending NFTs website. Still no Tez nouns in there. No more. Sad.
Yeah, I'm really upset that I didn't realize what was going on with those. I just thought some dumb little project.
I kind of think that was. I kind of think that was the point of it.
Well, I think that there's some Tez nouns still available for like between 5 and 10 Tez.
Yep, I've seen a few. There's definitely some up. There's a couple that I want. There's one he's got like a ghetto blaster head. He's got like a boombox head.
I have one of those actually.
Do you really?
I was gonna send it to you, but I don't know if I can
now. No, you definitely don't have to.
I might find one to trade you for.
There's some very, very cool ones. No,
I'll look through your wall. Maybe I'll trade you one. I think I bought that one on secondary actually.
There's a couple of pot. There was a couple of pot leaf ones that were pretty dope that I saw. There's some really cool ones. Like they're really awesome. The thing I want to know is, like, were these like, did something generate these, or did somebody make? There's no way that somebody made all these fucking things.
So one of the things I did see was that the list of nouns was generated. So like there was the attributes were generated like by AI or something.
Oh fuck! There's another unicorn. The unicorns are fucking hilarious. Oh, there's a taco.
You guys want to hear some AI jokes?
Yes.
AI jokes?
Please.
Yes.
Yes, please, obviously.
Okay. So we're going to talk about like surrealness and liminal spacing.
Drop it.
Wait, is that the joke?
So I'm going to ChatGPT. No, like it's.
Oh, okay.
It's brutal, right? It's telling me some cool, like, right. So why did the liminal space get a job as a time traveler?
I don't know.
It wanted to cross the event horizon.
Wow.
Right? Wait, it gets
too deep. It's too fucking deep to be.
Dude, it gets better because that's the first one. I have like 9 of these. Hold on, they get better. What do you call a time traveler's favorite mode of transportation?
A DeLorean? I don't know.
You're close, right? You're kind of close. A deja vu van.
Okay, all right.
Right, okay.
I don't hate it.
Why did the time traveler go to the dentist?
Why?
He had a case of chrono tooth decay.
Oh, fuck off.
Why did a time traveler bring a chicken to the future?
To see if it would cross the road? Fuck.
He wanted to see the cock-a-doodle-doo. I can't help it. I'm laughing.
What the fuck?
Why did the time traveler go to the amusement park? He wanted to ride the Kronos coaster. What the fuck?
Okay,
What
all
the
right.
fuck is that?
All right.
I don't know what the Kronos.
I mean, you just call it a coaster and even call it Kronos.
Yeah, right. So that's my contribution of AI jokes.
Because he wanted to see Cockadoodle do. I think that was the best one. Chicken crossing the road.
That's funny.
Oh, it's all fucked up.
Okay, Bits, what's your wallet? Bitscraft.tez?
Yeah.
I like you just laughing about the joke before you even tell it. Yeah. Those are great.
Fuck yeah. He's gonna sleep. You're gonna sleep good tonight. Fuck, there's a Tez down with a Yeti on his head. That's a fucking dope one. What the hell is MAIF? M-A-I-F.
Something AI Fair. Makers AI Fair, something like that. Could not find the domain. BITSCRAF. Maybe that's why.
Spelling it wrong?
Yeah, I spelled it wrong.
Dude, you don't know how to spell Bitscraft?
No, I just had one too many canned rosés tonight.
Oh, you dropping the canned rosés tonight. Ooh, Willie's getting serious with the canned rosés.
Yeah, I just had to try them. Yeah, I definitely bought this one on secondary to send to you, and I hadn't done it yet, so I'm sending it to you right now.
Aw. I think I bought something for you. No, I think I sent it to you already.
Well, I mean, you could look for me a new test town because apparently they're fucking hotness before I knew they were hotness.
Well, see, I only got 6 because
I still have 2 left.
Everything started going quick, so and there were some glitches, so I ended up getting 3, and then the third time or something that the machine was loaded, the second time that I saw, I was like, oh shit, and I got on it, but it was like everything just disappeared so quick, and then I randomly clicked on it a little bit later on, and it said however many were in there, like 9 or something, and I clicked on it, and I was like, holy shit, it went through, so I got 3 more, so I got 6.
So I was even the one that shared it to the Lab Me Wine community.
Yeah, you were, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it till way later. But yeah, I got mine. It's okay. I got a whale head. I got a little jar of, I wanted to say peanut butter, but it's probably Nutella. And then I got a little elf guy that has an axe on his shirt, and he only has one arm, as far as I can tell.
All right. That feels like me right now.
I know it's, dude. I laugh at it whenever I look at it because I'm pretty sure it was intentional. I don't know, maybe it wasn't. But then I have some weird little box guy, and then I have like a poke bowl, like a little sushi bowl or something, and then I have toast with butter. I'm really partial to the whale and the toast with butter. The elf with his arm cut off with the picture of the axe on his shirt is fucking really hilarious too. Actually, I dig it. It's the little things when you're in this community, you know?
Right?
Right? It's like I've got.
Dude, that's a fruit salad, man, not a poke bowl.
That's not a fruit salad.
I don't know. What does it say? Does it say in the? See, that's the
no,
problem.
It doesn't.
They didn't put it in the description at all.
No, it doesn't say in the description. But well.
You know what? It actually does look like a ramen bowl with the red lines with the red lines.
That's what I was thinking.
What's this one? I'm looking at your wallet now. What's this one that's like just dots around it?
I don't know. That's the one. I don't know. I like him too. He's pretty cool.
I'll say, okay, you can send that one to me. I'll trade you.
Oh, I don't know if I want to. It's a one of one.
They're all one of one.
All right.
You don't have to send me anything.
I'll send you something, Willie. It might be a dick pic. I don't know. We're that late in the
department.
We're that.
Those out.
I'm not sending it to the A&R department. What the hell? Won't be able to look her straight in the eyes after that.
I had to come back and see if she was still listening.
Yeah, she's there. Or at least her PFP is. Anyways, all right. I think that's a good place to end this since we're getting into dick pics.
And
yeah, it's usually time to call it, huh?
Yeah, it is. It's 11:58. It's all good. Fendel, Block Chung, thank you guys for coming up and hanging out with us. It was dope.
Great space tonight. It was awesome. Much love, everybody. Love to everybody in the room and the 1,000 shadow band listeners below.
1,000. Don't undercut us. 1,000,000 shadow band listeners.
Sorry about that. I missed a few zeros there.
1 million served every week.
That's right. We're going to put that on the t-shirt. I mean, I think we should give that out at Miami Art Basel next year. That'll be our big thing, is the 1,000,000 shadow band listener t-shirt.
I like it. I don't hate it.
I think it'd be awesome. You get one of those. That's damn near as rare as meeting Nicholas Dimes, right?
Yeah, and like a laminate. We have to have our own laminate, like.
Oh, I met that guy.
You met Nick Dimes?
I met Nicky Dimes. Yeah.
Shit.
We're not sure you're not him, so.
You know. Oh wait, that's right. Hold on a second. That could be me for you.
Oh wait.
Doesn't Dimes live down in your neck of the woods?
He lives in our woods, right?
He lives in all the woods, right?
And on people's couches too, I believe.
No, it's like a huge woods in between us, you know. So like, he's he's around. He's driving his race car around, and I guess I'm supposed to go meet up with them at some point. So I'm gonna try to do that, and try to take and maybe encourage Mr. Dimes to maybe drive different types of cars, maybe fly airplanes or something. I don't know, different hobby. I don't know.
Man, as long as it's fast, he might be interested. That's all I'm saying, right? Goddamn Nick Dimes.
I think you're right. I think that's all that matters, as long as it's fast.
Right? Love the Nick Dimes. Nick Dimes is a big supporter of the WX8BK. We're a big support.
Much love for the Nicky Dimes.
We're a big supporter of the Nick Dimes as well. All right. Well, I think that's it. We're going to roll a route. We're 12:01. We're at 5 hours and 1 minute. And it's about that time for us to shut the show down. Willie, thank you for being here and doing what you do every week with me and everybody here.
Thank you guys.
All right. Block Chung, we'll hopefully talk to you in the very near future. Fendel, always appreciate your time, man, and appreciate the art and what you create. Thanks to everybody that came in and hung out with us tonight. Of course, we still got the Sister Sage down there. We got the A&R department down there. And we also have E9 Art still down there with us right from the beginning. Thank you very much. Appreciate you very much. Thanks to everybody for coming out. Always remember, if you're getting tired, if you're getting worn out, if you think it's too much, it probably is. You should take a break. If you ever need to talk to anybody, the WX8BK DMs are always open. Next week, we're hopefully going to be featuring many women from the art and Web3 world, chatting with us about their journeys in this Web3 world and their art journeys. Come back and join us again.
If you know someone who's had a great time or has struggled with Web3 as a woman, specifically because they're a woman or whatever, bring them on. Invite them to the space.
Yep.
Speaker.
Yep. Or hit us in the DMs and we'll talk about it too.
Yeah, it'll be very open.
Get you in there.
Next week.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Every Tuesday night, the night train leaves the station. We're just coming back into the station now. Don't worry about cleaning up anything, everybody. Just make sure you take everything off the train that you came on with. Except for your cash, make sure you leave that with the bartender and the waitresses. We hope to see you again next time. Every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, we are here talking to the artists about the art and sharing journeys with friends, making new friends. We'll see you next week. Take care of each other and yourselves, we'll see you next week.
Not financial advice, because I'm just a donkey, but you know, I think we're going to see another bull run in the next few months that may not be as big as the one we saw in 21, but I certainly think we're going to see a new herd of people come into the space. Artists, collectors, musicians, I think, are going to have a big moment in 23, and I'm just really excited for what this all has in store for us. And I think everyone in this room knows, like, we were here early, we continue to be early, and we innovate and pioneer and really show the world what we can do here, and what we are already doing, and the potential that this technology offers to the world.
And, you know, it's actually one of the things, and you know, I'll scream it from the rooftops, and I have been for the past 3 years, that this space is one of the only places on Earth or in any universe or whatever that you can get to know somebody's soul, their blood, sweat, and tears without having all these micro judgments of age, race, gender, color, nationality, geography, all this stuff. You can get to know people and their souls without, you know, making up your mind about somebody. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Web3.
Oh, you just gave me